Good morning, all. I don't know how to refer to you actually. What I should refer to. But anyway, good morning, everybody. I'm wearing two jackets and a hoodie because it's a little bit chilly in here. It is 10 p.m. I was planning to do this stream as an election day stream, and we're going to see all the results coming in, and I was going to go, staying up all night and getting all excited. And I literally only just realised about 10 minutes ago that they don't do overnight counting anymore. So this is new information to me. I remember in my childhood staying up during the night time and waking up at 3 a.m. and going, oh, what's the count now? What's happened, what's changed, what's going ahead? And now that's not going to happen anymore, apparently. So apparently I'm going to get a good night's sleep. I'm going to go to bed, and I'm and I'm going to sleep, and I'm going to wake up, and the results still won't be in. They're not even going to start counting until 9 a.m. And I think the last results are going to be about 6:30 p.m. tomorrow. So we've got a long time to wait until we can actually find the real election results, which I'm looking forward to. But come on, guys. I was about to ruin my sleep to be able to watch this election, and now you're trying to tell me that you've ended overnight counting. So now I can't. Anyway, you know me. It's the way I am. I love counting so much. If you're gonna deprive me of some counting, I'm gonna get a little bit upset. I don't think I can. Can I legally count? I don't know if I could count the votes. I think you have to have 0 criminal convictions, and I did hand in a few late library books when I was a child. But I don't think I've got any actual criminal convictions, so I could probably actually go there and count the votes myself. However much they trust a 20-year-old influencer to do that, I don't know. Oh shit! My microphone's been down there the whole time. Sorry, I forgot I was recording with the microphone. So I'm going to try and use this as a chance anyway, despite the fact that, we've not got the election actually coming in for us to actually count it. I'm going to try and use this as an opportunity to discuss with people how they voted, how they're feeling about it, and see what the sentiments are on social media as well. I've not done a desktop stream in a while where I actually have my screen being shared, but I think we'll probably do that in a minute because I want to go through Twitter and go through everything that people are saying at the moment, what people are focused on, what the issues are. It's clear to me a lot of people in Glasgow in particular seem to be focused on immigration, and a lot of people in rural places are focused on wind turbines. So I don't think this is the most pragmatic election. I think it's quite fair to say. I think it's about NIMBYism and what they're seeing right in front of them. And unfortunately, that is what the current candidates have been performing to. They've been giving lip service to the economy and taxes and stuff like that, energy. I think that's a smaller demographic of the voter base. I think most of the voter base is like independence or union, and then I don't think many people are actually voting strongly caring about the union, like for the union, which is why Reform's probably going to do well. And then who's going to get rid of the wind turbines, or windmills, as all the haters seem to call them? Who's going to get rid of the people that are in front of me in the line for council housing? That's about the two things I think most people are going to be focused on in this election. So the populists are going to take it. SNP is fairly strongly polled to do quite well. I think if Reformers was going to do that well, then it would have been polling well, because Reform is a protest vote, and people always use their protest votes when they have the chance to do a poll, which is probably why Reform is getting so much popularity in the English polls, and why Reform is projected to be the next leaders in England. In Scotland, there's a lot of cynical people who are annoyed with the SNP right now, and annoyed with their performance, annoyed with some of their policies. People are getting a little bit less positive about welfare as well. That's more present in England, but I think it's significant in Scotland too. People used to be always continuously, the majority at least, was pro expansion of the welfare state, and that's something I think in just the last couple of years has changed. Maybe because they know people who are on benefits who are taking a lot of money out of the system, and they disagree with their approach and what they're doing at the moment. But that's become a lot more of a concern at the moment. They seem to be a little bit bothered about the fact that, well, look, I'm not going to define what they're saying. I think what we'll do is I'm going to head up to the Central Belt, not on Friday, but on Saturday. I'm going to head up to Edinburgh, and on Sunday I'm going to be in Glasgow. There's an Old Firm game on Sunday as well, so it will be interesting to see the state of the city and see what goes down on Sunday. I might try and keep myself out of the way as much as possible and not be charging down the street doing a live stream during the Old Firm game. I know you all want to see that, but it's not really the type of content I'm going for, like content of me getting beaten up by a bunch of big, baldy, angry men. Not the type of content I want to do, but the type of content I'm expecting to face in the future, to be honest. I mean, backlash is inevitable. The more that you stand up for what you believe in, unfortunately, the more that complete numpties and barbarians feel the need to step in the way of your content. Although I don't believe those people are quite as likely to be the attendees of Old Firm games, to be honest. Neither Celtic supporters nor Rangers supporters are especially enthused behind the issues I'm dealing with. I think the places where people are most likely to have barbaric, unreasonable reactions are in other communities, let's just say, without getting too discriminatory here, within other communities in certain big cities. And I think even there, those people are not as significant a risk as you might believe, especially what Americans are seeing right now. If you're an American and you're looking at Scottish politics from social media, you're going to be seeing, like, Americans I know, because there's a Canadian guy who interviews me regularly for Blaze TV, and every issue he's got me to cover in Scotland is like the stuff that goes viral on Twitter, but barely anybody actually talks about here, or a very small portion of people talk about here. So the issue of the girl who was holding an axe and a knife, if anybody remembers that. Does anybody remember there was a girl holding an axe and a knife in the scheme in Dundee because of, I believe, an Indian man who was posing a threat to her? So this is obviously a broad concern of people, but on Twitter it seems like all you see is, oh, the UK's gone to shit. Oh, it's so over in Britain. It's like, oh, everybody's getting stabbed left, right, and centre. Most Americans I meet are shocked to find out that not only in Scotland, but in England too, there are less deaths from stabbings compared to the US. Just from knife crime alone has more casualties in the United States of America than it does in England or Scotland. So I would definitely say it's not the dramatic shithole that it's being made out to be in the press right now. And that's something I want to try and fight a little bit and show people how sane and nice and pleasant most of Scotland is. Actually, lack of workers is probably much more likely to be an issue in Scotland compared to England especially. But more likely to be an issue in many areas compared to the opposite, which is obviously what people believe is the situation. You look like you're barely old enough to drink. What are you doing for work that you can fly all over the world to play the bagpipes? That's a good question, Mr. Orville. Bagpipes is the answer. So I was able to fly all over the world. You're right. I'm very very privileged to do that, but it was very cheap to do it. I traveled very cheaply. I stayed in hostels. I stayed with friends. It did cost me quite a lot in the end, but only because I chose to overspend on trying to get certain opportunities, trying to meet certain people, trying to make certain things happen that most people wouldn't really try and do while traveling. And to be honest, were really side quests compared to the central goal of doing my social media. But yeah, no, I was very, very lucky that I was able to do that off the back of funding from bagpipes. I spent last year on my travels, I spent twice my annual wage though. So it was a significant amount of money for me. So I spent all the money that I earned the year before and all the money that I earned while traveling, which was the same amount each year. And then came back home with pretty much absolutely zero, and now I'm building back up my savings again. I've also got an income from social media now too, so I'm very, very lucky and very privileged to have a support and a following from people on social media who do allow me to continue traveling and do allow me to continue spreading culture and doing all the things that I love to do around the world. So I'm undoubtedly very very lucky to have the insane opportunities that I've been provided, and it is mostly been by the generosity of others. Because from bagpiping, I do events. You know, I do weddings, I do funerals, I do corporate events and birthdays and stuff like that. Most of my money doesn't come from that. Most of my money just comes from me busking for tourists. So my income is coming from generosity either way, whether it's from social media, ad interactions, TikTok's creator rewards program, donations on Instagram and live streams. My travels have been purely funded by other people's generosity, and I can't really ever forget to thank people enough for how fortunate I really am for that. Now, allow me for 1 second. I'm going to put this down here. I'm going to try and sort out the lighting because it's bothering me a little bit. But I'm not a child, by the way. I'm 20 years old. So, should I put the light there? It's like kind of like a firelight, isn't it? It's pretty cool. No, we'll put it up here on the fire, on the real fire. How's that? Nah, it's just weird, isn't it? It's kind of a weird light, I think. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You all right, mate? Are you still sick? I was never sick. I don't know what you mean. I've not been sick. But yeah, no, I'm well. Thank you for asking. It's kind of you to check in. I have chronic rhinitis, which is not a temporary issue. So I permanently blowing my nose, coughing up phlegm. That's just the reality. I think the light is just too close. It just seems a little bit too blah. Like when I look on here, it's all my freckles are all hiding away. Ah, that's fine now. That's good, right? I think so. Oh, I've been getting super cozy. As you can see, I've got my hoodie and my tweed all layered up together. Just purely for the sake of being able to sit here and do this stream. I was anticipating doing counting, but we're not going to do any count. You can skip to the start of the stream if you want to see what my plan was, what I was going to do. But instead, I'm going to look. There is going to be counting going on in England still. It's just in Scotland that they have stopped the counting during the night time. So the counting is going to occur tomorrow, starting 9 a.m. and not completing until 6:30 p.m. tomorrow. So we've got a long time before we're going to find out what the actual results are from this election, which is obviously what we're all interested to find out. I'm not disclosing what I voted personally, but I am heavily involved in everything that's going on here, and I'm heavily involved in the discussion. Obviously, I just did a full video. You like your t-shirt? Well, your t-shirt isn't going to keep you very warm, I would say. So, you know, that's good that you like your t-shirt. But if you were in my house, then you'll find that we'd rather pay for wool than electric heating. And I like layering up with some good wool anyway. It's very comfortable. I always prefer to have very sturdy, textured clothing compared to the kind of nonsense of synthetics and stuff that's bendy and sticky and yucky in general. That's my view of synthetics in general. I would say it's a bit bogging, the whole notion of them, and I think probably this hoodie's got some synthetics in. Oh no, this is not. This is a bamboo hoodie, I think. Stuff like that. It's like sustainable resources, you know. And then probably my socks have got synthetics. I reckon if I put my socks next to the fire, they'd go all hard and curl up. These are not proper wool socks. My other ones are. My other ones are good. Anyway, I'm normally trying to do what I can to stick to natural materials. Let me fix this angle. I want the beautiful drawing I did. What do you think of my drawing, by the way? Are there any fans of my art here? I know that's the only reason you all come here onto my live streams is because of my wonderful artwork. Isn't that right? Tell me somebody. Come on, there's got to be somebody here that's an appreciator of my drawings. I'm an appreciator of the human race in general. I'm a big fan of humans. I want to see the prosperity and advancement of the human race, contrary to what anti-traditionalists might have you believe, and I'm very proud of our history. Don't mind your blanket. I very much like a blanket. What, you mean this blanket here? Over this table. It's not a very special blanket, I don't think. But actually I don't know where it's from. Looks like it's I would guess South American. Has that kind of, if that's what it is. Yeah, I think it's South American, I would guess, from the colours. It's the sort of thing I reckon I would find in Peru or somewhere like that. Right, I've got a magic trick I do where I get my computer screen to show up on here. So you can see my computer screen while I'm live streaming. How cool is that? Yes, or Welsh almost? You think this could be Welsh? I'm very, very skeptical that could be the case. When I look at this, I don't think for a moment it could be Welsh, to be honest. That's my take. My bad. No, I wouldn't. I'd be very, very surprised. I don't know what does a Welsh blanket look like. Let me see. We need to get the camera up, the laptop on here though. Oh, okay. I kind of see what you're saying, but I mean, it's not really like that though, is it? I mean, I think you're gonna have to be pretty lenient to go as far as to say it looks like this thing here. Ooh. Yeah. Right, let's get the screen going. I have got this magic trick I'm gonna do for you, and then we're gonna see what people are saying online about the elections. not dissimilar. I mean, this particular shape, I don't think you're gonna find that in any Welsh weaving, but it's possible, and I'm not an expert on these things. Hang on, give me a moment. Oh, it's not working. What's going on with this? Oh, there we go. I got it. Okay, hang on. I learned a new tune today on the chanter. It's a tune that my friends like a lot. Are you saying it's Peruvian? I have no idea, but I'm just guessing. It could very well be sort of Central Asian or something like that, or potentially South Asian. I actually don't know. Hang on, let me just get this RMTP source going. Forget about ignorance, but the bagpipes seem noisy. Do your neighbors ever complain? Seem noisy. I think you mean loud. Yes, they are loud. Yes, my neighbors do notice. No, they do not complain. They're absolutely delighted to have me there. I play within times that are non-disruptive. So yes, it's definitely not an issue. Why is it decided to not focus on me? Sorry about this, guys. It wouldn't be a Robin Bagpipe stream without rampant technical errors. Whoa. You'll stop. You'll stop what? Is the fabric tweed? Yeah, this is tweed, yeah. This is tweed. I'm wearing double tweed. I've got double tweed blazers. Make prisoners work in factories, construction, and mines. Sentence illegal migrants to 6 months long manufacturing, mining, and construction work for breaking the UK's laws by going through the UK's. You're talking about slavery as a punishment, which is quite a controversial idea. Very difficult to get through when it comes to human rights legislation. I think Spain's attempted something along those lines and faced controversy over it, and I'm not sure exactly how they're getting on with that now. With making people work on plantations of some kind. Right, this should work now. Come on. No! I don't know what could possibly be wrong with it. 192. Okay, we might have no Twitter today. Oh, it's working! What? It just didn't work the second try and worked the second try. Okay. All require all clothing sold in the UK to be manufactured in the UK. I mean, I think that sounds like a great idealistic outcome, but it'd be a nightmare for people who want to get certain brands or certain items that are not made in this country. It become very restrictive. I think overall, having as much free trade as we can get away with is a good thing. It's something I am very supportive of overall and want to see more of in some senses. And it's the main concern with having an independent country. It's the main argument that people make against an independent country is people say, well, most of Scotland's exports go to England. Why is it not working? What is wrong with this stream? I've got perfectly good Wi-Fi right now. Stopping stream. It's staying on stopping stream for ages. Okay, there we go. Come on. It's because they're trying to force me to an update, that's why. Oh, this is terrible. They always do this, is they've put lags into the software just to try and make you update it. What party in Scotland do you support? You're fairly unfamiliar with Scottish politics. Okay, so the main candidates for this election, there's 5 or 6 main parties. So the SNP, the Scottish National Party, is the #1 polling party in Scotland right now. They believe in Scottish independence, and that's their main policy. Aside from that, they're broadly centrist left. They have a number of socialist and environmental policies, but they're also shifting to being more pro-business now, I believe, and more pro fossil fuels, which is just as a transition to renewables, but broadly speaking, they are still very focused on being pro-renewables and pro-greens. They support continuation of Scotland's high taxes. We've got much more taxes than they do in England. And they are quite careful at doing, quite intentional about giving out populist handouts. They've done things like, with the Green Party's encouragement, they established free bus travel for all young people. So I travel, because I'm under 22, I travel for free anywhere in Scotland on buses, which is pretty incredible for me, but also I don't know if I would support it as a policy, to be honest, because I don't know if it's worthwhile spending. At least, I think maybe young people up until 16 or something, but past that age you can get a proper job and you can actually work. So up until 22, I'm not sure what the decision was there. Oh, is this actually working? It is. Nice. I'm drawn to extremism. I've always been an extremist. What the hell is this? Alright, okay, we're going past that. Alright. We'll come back to Twitter in a second. Yeah, so the next party, actually let's get these on here. I'll just show you not that, SNP. Alright, this is the SNP. This is the ex-First Minister, two First Ministers ago. This is the current First Minister, John Swinney. He's, in my opinion, one of his strengths has really been the geopolitics. And Scotland doesn't have a big influence on geopolitics because we're not a sovereign nation. So we're not really allowed to do very much. But I think John Swinney does a pretty good job of... This is him here. Can you see it? There. Does a fairly good job of dealing with international stuff. Negotiating with Trump, for example, is something he handled very well, and encouraging him to take off the whiskey tariffs was something he did successfully recently. Yeah, so there's I can't believe this thing is not working. It's such a simple... I've said this so many times, but I'm deadly serious. If you are a software engineer, there is an enormous gap in the market for a live streaming software that is genuinely reliable, because none of them are reliable. If anybody was to make something along those lines, it would be extremely popular. It should be a thing, just not a thing. What are you talking about? Just a thing, not a policy. Look at this thing. It's just, fuck it. It's just completely ridiculous. It can't load for, it comes on for 2 seconds and then stops working immediately for no reason. It takes ages to stop the stream and start it again. Yeah. So SNP. There's who is second? I think Labour are actually second. All right, Scottish Labour Party. The leader of the Scottish Labour Party is Anna Sarwar. Anna Sarwar directly opposes the British Labour Party's current leader, which is Keir Starmer. There's a sort of a bunch of controversy there. He stood up against him. Obviously, Labour tends to get much more popularity among the immigrants' vote. They're more pro social policy, more pro welfare protection. They're reasonably conservative when it comes to energy compared to the status quo in Scotland, at least. So they're an option. Love for our broth, Robin. Thank you very much, Mr. Mark Nairn. I appreciate your support. I wonder, I don't know when the last time I was anywhere near Arbroath was. I'm trying to spend more time traveling Scotland. I think it's something I should. I had a gig. Yeah, I had a gig near here recently. A year ago though. A year ago. Obviously, Arbroath is very well known in Scotland for the Declaration of Arbroath, which is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful document. Come in here, Smokey. Let me show you the Declaration of Arbroath. I think it was 13. Oh, it's not broken already. When was the Declaration of Arbroath? I think it was 13 something, 1316 or something like that. 1320. Alright, well, I was not that far off. 6th of April, 1320. Not 1316, 1320. Yeah. It was addressed by Pope John the 22nd. Wow, I didn't know that. And it constituted King Robert I's response to his excommunication for disobeying the Pope's demand in 1317 for a truce in the First War of Scottish Independence. What a good time to be alive. Imagine seeing the Declaration of Arbroath. Where's a good picture of it? Because this is what one of the people who's sometimes on these streams who comments on my videos has an official copy of this. Like a sort of some guy did a bunch of prints of this declaration, and it looks really realistic. I saw it, I was like, I know it's definitely not the original because that'd be an absurdly rare thing to find in somebody's home. But it looks fantastic. But this is the declaration. I'm not sure what this thing is here, but this thing with all the little, I don't know what you call them, the little tag things on it. That's the official thing. It's the real deal. So important no one brings it up. I don't know what you're talking about. No one brings what up? But yeah, look, so Labour, then there's the Conservatives, who were the second strongest party in Holyrood for quite a long time. They were seen as the unionist alternative. So people who are pro Scottish unionism would generally vote Conservatives just because they wanted to stick with the English, basically. Obviously, that's not going to be the same going forwards because the Tories have completely lost the faith of the public. They don't believe in them anymore after a number of failures from them, which is, I suppose, understandable. They made a number of mistakes and they messed things up. So people have lost a lot of faith in the Conservatives. That's going to affect Scotland. People are going to vote for reform now. People who are right wing in Scotland are much more likely to vote for reform. I think they're possibly going to overtake the Conservatives. Not necessarily a good thing. Reform depend on populist promises, whilst the Conservatives have a much stronger, better engineered chance of carrying out their policies effectively in government, but they've broken down so much trust as a party that nobody really wants to vote for them. Most people don't know who Russell Finley is. Yeah, I saw there it's 1320. I don't know much about this history and this time, um, but I think I did a fairly good job for guessing not too far off. Not too far off 1320. Yes, reign devolved Scottish, Wales, and Northern Irish parliaments. Yes, reign? Not sure. Anyway, so the other parties are the Lib Dems, the Greens. Yeah, they're the other main parties, I think. So we pretty much covered everyone, yeah. SNP, Labour are probably going to be top. Then either Conservatives or Reform. Reform's obviously the anti-immigration party. They're also, so when I was in the spending time traveling the rural north of Scotland and the Highlands, I met a lot of people who are pro reform purely because they hate wind turbines, or as they would usually say, windmills. So they're purely voting against them. It's a fine art facsimile. I don't know what a facsimile is. What's a facsimile? An exact high quality replication, reproduction, replica, or a copy of a physical. Ah, that's very cool. Yeah. I mean, it's insane, the thing which I saw. I didn't want to name you on here, obviously, but yeah, no, it's a really impressive thing that when I saw it, I just didn't really know what to make of it. What do I think of Rupert Lowe and Restore Britain? Yeah, so Rupert Lowe, I don't think Restore Britain have any candidates standing in the current Holyrood election. They are further right than Reform, and they're much stronger on mass immigration, mass remigration. Sorry, is what they're calling for, mass deportations to a much more extreme extent. Rupert Lowe was the right hand man of Nigel Farage, and then after a number of disputes over their beliefs in what the party stood for, Rupert Lowe split off and made his own party, Advance UK, with Ben Habib. And then after a few months, he fell out with Ben Habib as well and formed his own party, Restore Britain. And around about the time that he formed Restore Britain, he also made another political party most people don't know about, which is Greater Yarmouth First, for his local constituency, which is Greater Yarmouth. So he's split off and made his own parties just about as many times as Nigel Farage has. But he's captured the young vote. So the young right, I would argue the contrarian right, are supporting Rupert Lowe. And obviously it makes sense that Elon Musk is backing Rupert Lowe, because Elon Musk likes to back contrarian politics. And Restore Britain is definitely the contrarian option. Probably, my fans are probably more likely, at least on Instagram, so my fans on Instagram are more likely to support Restore Britain than any other party. But broadly speaking, most people outside of the younger generations and people who are on Twitter, people in Scotland and England alike do not know who Restore Britain are. They do not know who Rupert Lowe is, and they don't know what they stand for. So it's definitely going to split the vote a lot. And you've got a tough situation where Reform are going to take most of the right vote, then the Tories, then Restore, then Advance. So the right wing in England is going to be very split. Yeah, they're going to be very split, which provides a great opportunity for the Greens to jump in and steal a potential victory as well, which is a possible outcome there. We might get a surprise. I don't know how likely it is, but honestly, the dividing of the right is going to be good for Labour. So it will be it's going to be a contest between Greens and Labour. And I think Rupert Lowe is signing that deal. Conservatives, there is potentially 2 years' time until the general election for Westminster Parliament. There's a chance the Conservatives could mend their reputation. Kemi Badenoch is very, very popular among voters, but her party is very, very unpopular. And her party is becoming steadily more popular. So maybe they're going to creep up on the rest of the right and become much more popular. We'll have to see. Curious to how all our indie candidates do. Yeah. So I suppose the only two significant parties in Scotland that are pro-independence are the Greens and the SNP. Whereas the Unionist vote is much more divided. And you've got parties like Labour and Reform, where there's a mix of Unionists and separatists. So Labour's always had quite a lot of pro-independence people. The more socialist end of Labour generally is more pro-independence. And obviously you've got the Scottish Socialist Party and the Alliance to Liberate Scotland, which is, what's his name, that guy? Anyway, so there's a couple of smaller parties that are more worker socialist oriented. Yeah, I said the Scottish Socialist Party. I just said the Scottish Socialist Party. But yeah, the Alliance to Liberate Scotland is an interesting one. They're a new party. I don't think they're polling very high or have a very high chance of this election. But their policy is basically, we've got all these independent candidates. They're only on the second ballot, the peach ballot. So they're not on the main ballot. So they're not really standing for First Minister. But the only policy is basically independence. And then everything else just depends on the independent candidates. So all these independent candidates around the country have completely different opposing views, but they're all united around this one singular policy, which is pro-independence. Basically to try and up the pro-independence vote. Although what we might see, even with the proportional representation that we do kind of have in Scotland, probably going to see them splitting the vote between the SNP and the Greens in a number of places in Scotland. Yeah, that's basically the overall kind of situation. Now, if you're out of the loop, you can hear at least little Robin's perspective on the election and what all the options are out there. I've been trying to convince a lot of young people to vote. I think a lot of you probably saw my video that I did with a bunch of English teenagers where I was speaking to them and asking them if they would vote for Reform or Greens, which are apparently the two most popular parties among teenagers in England. And yeah, seeing who they're going to vote for to try and figure out what's going on in the election. Right, shall we take a look? There's local elections in England that happened yesterday. Are there any other ones like in there's ones in Wales too, but not in Northern Ireland. Is that for the Welsh Assembly then? Where the heck were Alba though? That's a good question actually. I've not seen anything from Alba recently. What you're calling the right is really a bunch of nutters. You're naming names that do not deserve to be spoken in human company. That's not the way I feel about it personally. But yeah, Scotland's votes are not going to start coming until 9 a.m. tomorrow, so we've got a long time to wait for Scotland. I think England has got votes coming in. Well, what's the Residents Association? I've never heard of them before. I think we should get the SNP to go and stand in English constituencies just to troll them. And Wales, Plaid Cymru, and how do you say it? Plaid Cymru? I never pronounce it correctly. Yeah, we have to probably discuss our views on the right in politics right now. The main thing that tempts me, or that makes me concerned, let's say, about the left in Scotland, is an aversion towards energy that I'm very supportive. I absolutely think that we should exploit the oil in the North Sea, and I'm also pro-nuclear. So that's a concern for me, but that's a personal policy concern, um, which is part of the reason that I don't avoid saying their names in such, um, well, with quite the disgust that most of my friends and allies in this country might use. Robin McCaskill, you love, and he's nowhere, sadly. Robin McCaskill, I don't know who he is. I only know one McCaskill, and he is the famous cyclist who I met at a festival, Belladrum, the Tartan Heart Festival up in the north. I was at there, I think only once or twice, but he was at Belladrum the first time I was there when I was very young. He had a show, which was very cool, where he just had a very small area. Kenny McCaskill, yeah, I don't know who Kenny McCaskill is, but you just said Robin McCaskill a minute ago. But yeah, are Hindus the same as Muslims? No, Hindus are not the same as Muslims. So Hinduism is a religion that's exclusively in India and Nepal, I believe. Pretty much, it doesn't really exist in, or is it in Burma actually in Myanmar? I'm not sure, but anyway, it's constrained to South Asia pretty much. Comes out of that area. It's a pagan religion. They believe in lots of different gods. Outside of that, I don't know very much about it, but you've probably seen their idols like Vishnu before that are very recognizable. Like, this is a Hindu god. Islam, however, is not a multipolar religion. They're a monotheistic religion, and they believe in Jesus Christ. They also believe in the Old Testaments of the Jews. So it's like the sequel. You know, you've got like the religions of the book: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Islam's the third story in the trilogy, let's say, and yeah, they're quite popular. This chat's going too quickly for me to follow. I'm gonna need to get it up on the screen here. You're writing so quickly, I can't even keep up with you. My internet is actually a bit slow. All right. Well, anyway, Robin, when you was over there, did you by any chance find toilet roll? When you was over there, over where? See, this is the issue. Now I'm reading the most useless comments because I can't see the actual important ones. Oh wow. Oh well. All right, let's get a chat here. Let's see. Why is my face looking so red in the thumbnail, by the way? I'm not sure how that happened. Have I got sunburned today? No, I was actually in the sun a lot yesterday. I was in the park playing with my dog for ages yesterday. I might have got sunburned yesterday from that. That's insane. Getting sunburned in Scotland in early May. Hey, you're sneaking out. Chat, any tips? You're in a basement and the window out. Also, your parents, but I think it's a child writing stuff I don't understand. India? Question mark. Yeah, Hinduism is mainly in India. Oh, for God's sake, it is Plaid Cymru. Cymru. Oh, really? Plaid Cymru. Sorry, man. I don't know how to pronounce Welsh properly, but I don't even know how to pronounce Gaelic properly. All right, you send me Gaelic phonetics. Apparently, it's the most sensible, logical phonetic alphabet, and no, I don't know how to pronounce it. Plaid Cymru. Okay. No, what you meant is, are Hindus the same as Muslims in their doings? like trying to establish Sharia in foreign country or whatever it is. Not really, to my understanding. I will say Indians in general, which are mostly Hindus and Sikhs in the United States, are, I believe, the most unpopular immigrants. So I was talking about this in a stream recently. I think there was a polling done on Americans on asked whether they would rather have more illegal Mexican immigrants or more legal Indian immigrants, and they voted almost unanimously for more illegal Mexicans, which shows that there's a bad sentiment there. They're also the highest taxpayers in America, so I don't know if that's jealousy. I think I can imagine that Jews would probably rank similarly to Indians on a popularity rating. Certainly, right now, it is very, very, very popular to hate on Jewish people and Zionists in general, I suppose. Alright, so Java is also Hindu. Yeah, they have an enormous, they have hundreds of gods, right? I don't know. Um, yeah, what's the elephant one? I used to have a picture of the elephant, the Indian elephant, the Hindu elephant god on my wall. Hello, Dutch Vanderlyn. Nice, we've got a fellow Red Dead Redemption enjoyer here. It's one of the only games that I've played because I didn't have access to computer games until quite late in my teenage years, and by that time I was much more interested in doing things like making films with my computer and writing books. But it's interesting nonetheless. We're saying you had Hindu neighbors and they were really nice with me. We used to dinner together often. There was food just perfect. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing with the whole immigrants thing, almost anybody I know who hates immigrants and wants mass remigration, almost every single one of them has one friend or a few interactions they've had with immigrants that are really, really positive. So you can see that on a personal level, you're obviously going to have positive interactions with people. Most people are good, right? It's the exception when people are unpleasant, believe it or not. And the reality is that doesn't obscure that there's broad demographic patterns that we need to be looking at and that we need to be concerned about when it comes to immigration as a whole. And I think it's very possible for those two things to be in exchange. It's very possible for you to have overwhelmingly positive relationships with people of a certain demographic, but for that demographic to still be the most significantly problematic demographic in the entire country. Those two facts can absolutely exist at the same time, and that's just a reality we're dealing with here. We're saying, mate, you should make sure you're on live chat rather than top chat to make sure you can see all messages. Oh yeah, I didn't even realize that. Yeah, I'm gonna change it. I hadn't realized that. Is that gonna be censoring chats? But thank you very much for pointing out that tip. Right. Let's see. It's the blanket. I don't know what you're saying about the blanket. Big up Scotland. Come on. I appreciate the muscles you're giving me because I need more. I need more muscles. Yeah. One thing I need more of. The thing is lately I've just been losing weight. I'm down to like. I think I'm at like 60, almost at 60 kilograms now, which is just terrible. Yeah, it's really, really bad. And I've been plateauing a bit on weights. I met somebody who's a very, very, very strong guy, who's the strongest man in Colorado, I believe, by most metrics when you look at bench press, deadlift, etc. So the strongest guy in his entire state. And he was mentoring me. How much is 60 kilograms in freedom? Not very much, man. Anyway, he was mentoring me on things I can be doing to improve my workouts, and it was really, really useful. I worked out with a lot of gym guys before, and looking back at compared to what the average guy in the gym or most people in the gym that are huge, they're huge, they're really muscly and really strong and way bigger than me. But when you compare the advice that they provided me compared to this guy from Colorado, it's just night and day. I think it was making me think, like, a lot of these people, are they just using testosterone and they're really good genetics? Like, the fact that they've got to this great big size, and the yeah, they're just nowhere near as clued in or as aware of these things compared to what I was learning from this guy in just 1 hour of working out with him at the gym. The amount of things he compared and the level of ache that I had in all the right places that I was trying to get after working out with this guy was insane. Shout out to shout out to Steph. I'll not say his full name in case he doesn't want to be named, but shout out to Steph. I really appreciate you, man. If you come on and you see this, uh, 1 hour in the gym with you was more valuable than daily 5 hours with my mentor. Um, Most of you here all know mentor. Tommy, you definitely know my who my sort of mentor was for a period. I'm gonna name him in that way to put him in a good light, 'cause I don't want to start dramas around old disputes. But that is that is the reality. I spent a lot of time in the gym with somebody who really didn't know as much as they were making out like they knew, and unfortunately was possibly using substances. Let's see what you're saying. Three different religions. Muslims start in the 600s, and Hindus have been around for thousands of years. It's a traditional pagan religion of India. Yeah. Also, I mean, I was learning about ancient Hinduism has insanely interesting theology. There's just some really crazy things in their history that I mean, potentially documentation of something that seems to resemble a nuclear warfare, which is crazy. Why do you think communism is in the West is always seen as pro mass immigration and the anti native and pro LGBTQ, while in countries like China they are extremely ethno nationalist and anti LGBTQ? Well, you're asking a big question here, which is left wing people tend to be in the West, being left wing right now means being pro compassion, broadly speaking. Whereas the right is more pro a slightly more, let's say, selfish approach towards economic growth. You could also say more pragmatic, right? The left definitely, I think, right now don't symbolize what they used to. They don't symbolize the views of the working people. They symbolize the views of the compassionate people. So being compassionate to poor people is now lumped together with being compassionate to all asylum seekers and immigrants, disabled people, people with mental health issues, people with problems, you could say victims as a whole. In fact, I would even extend the statement of compassion to the side of sympathy. I think sympathy is probably a more accurate perception. Didn't John Paul Jones help the American Revolution? John Paul Jones is from a town that is 10 miles from where I am right now. I'm 10 miles away from the town where John Paul Jones is from. Paul Jones is the name of the bakery which I went to multiple times per week because I went to school in the town where Paul Jones is from. And yes, he went to America and he founded the American Navy. The American Navy was founded by a Scotsman who comes from the town one over from me, which is wonderful. Left and right have to unite in some way. I'm not sure exactly in what way you mean, but it's definitely true that right now, the ideas of left and right that we had for quite a long time are no longer what they used to be. And that's a continual trajectory we're seeing at the moment. So we're seeing a lot of people shift. A lot of working people are voting for reform because they're anti-immigration and they want to basically see more deportations. That is behind. But these chats are going so fast. I'm sorry, I cannot follow most of the chats at the moment. But I want to address the ones that I do address. I want to really address them fully and really acknowledge everything that's being said. He was a Scottish privateer. You get that sentiment, but it feels fairly impossible with how polarized everybody is. The left and the right are far too contradictory for them to work together. Yeah, I mean, Parliament still needs to function and work together as a whole. Scotland is much less polarized than England. I would say certainly around political issues. We're more polarized around sectarianism, but even that is dying out, and people are becoming very sensible and much more pragmatic around those issues, I think. We're going to see, because there is an Old Firm game on Sunday, we're going to see what tensions are really still there, because the tensions that are there are going to explode on Sunday. For those of you who don't know, an Old Firm game is a football game between Celtic and Rangers, which are the Catholic and Protestant football teams, most popular, most successful football teams in Scotland, and both Glasgow based. So you can imagine going around Glasgow on Sunday, which I'm going to do. It's going to be an interesting experience. We're going to see how tense it is over there. According to you, we'll see where this is going. According to you, if UK runs anti-illegal immigration programs like US, how much it might cost the taxpayer's pocket, and they do it while free funding Ukraine? I'm not quite sure what you're asking. Are you asking how much immigrants are costing the taxpayers, or are you saying how much deportation is going to cost the taxpayers? Because the other question is, well, actually overall immigrants, because immigrants includes legal and illegals, people working, they do pay more taxes than local citizens. Or recent immigrants do. So sort of people who came here, lots of them are working. Right? They came here because they're going to work. That's how working visas are supposed to work. They bring taxpayers here. Now, the thing is, when you look at racial groups, the contrary is the case. So, a lot of the statistics on this stuff are a little bit ropey and a little bit unreliable. But broadly speaking, I think it's clear that when you look at the ratio of how much money citizens absorb from the state versus how much money they are providing to the state, second, third, fourth generation immigrants definitely seem more likely to absorb more compared to people who have longer ancestral history in this country. But it's worth acknowledging that many Scots and English people who have the longest generational placement in this country are absorbing enormous amounts from the economy in welfare. I think the current overall welfare spending for the UK is about 330 billion in pounds, and it just very recently overtook income tax. Now, there's any one statistic I have seen recently which is showing not just a potential rise in popularity and reform, but overall a shift that's likely to inflate the popularity of the right in general. It's that one statistic. Income tax income is less than welfare expenditure. That's a pretty big deal. I think it was 333 billion for welfare spending and 332 for income tax income. Right, okay, let's see. I'm going to try and respond to everything that's been said in the chat here. Did you know the only churchman to sign the Declaration of Independence was a Presbyterian minister named John Witherspoon? Pretty neat. Yeah, it's a familiar name, but I don't know much about him. I'm trying to rapidly clue myself up on as much stuff in her history as possible, but at every corner, I'm proven by people to be much more ignorant than I'd like to admit. So please continue to refresh me with information, and obviously stuff that I'm providing in a live chat on YouTube is stuff that I can't treat as reliable fully, and I am going to need to fact check you later on, but you're implanting important things that I should be aware of. John Witherspoon's a familiar name, though. And yeah, broadly, Presbyterians, up towards the Act of Union, Presbyterians were broadly very anti-unionist. And if it wasn't for a few sweet deals with people at the top, then the Presbyterians would have voted against the Union. Just like the Scottish sort of colonial forces. If Donald pulls out of NATO, the defence spending of the UK will increase way, way more, and from somewhere that amount will have to be absorbed. Critics say that area will be general welfare. Yeah, the whole military, the military is going to continue to cost more. We're going to invest more into the military. We're already investing, I think we're at 5% GDP now. There's claims that as much as potentially 50% of that spending is being misused, misattributed, and not getting to the army properly in the way that people believe it should be. But broadly speaking, there is a general issue with military spending. However, it's very, very likely that if we get in a more conservative party than Labour, which is definitely on the table, they're going to spend even more on defence. So I see that as only increasing. And obviously Scotland is a very, very important place for defence for Britain as a whole. So Scottish people account for an enormous amount of soldiers in the army. Not quite as much as they used to, but certainly a lot, largely due to the significant representation of impoverished communities in Scotland. And Scotland is also home to Fastlane, which is, I believe, the biggest, or certainly one of the biggest nuclear weapons bases in the whole of Britain. The reason for that? Because the area was considered far enough away from large areas of population. I can show you, let me get you a map of population density. And you can see why they chose the place that they did, which is over sort of near Argyll kind of area. So that basically the darker blue on this map is the more populated areas, and the lighter blue is the less populated areas. So you can see quite clearly this region here is almost a circle, like an invisible region, which has lower population density. However, putting it in this low population density area also very conveniently puts it extremely, extremely close to the highest population density area in all of Scotland, which is Fastlane, which is Glasgow, sorry. Fastlane is very near to Glasgow. It's not that near, but it is near to there. It's also near to Greenock. It's near to a very key area for shipping and trade from Scotland. So if there were minor level attacks on the military base that didn't set off a tragic nuclear explosion, but if there were minor military attacks there, it would affect Scottish imports, exports, shipping industry, because a lot of ships go through that area where the fast lane is. We need a plan B for revenue. Yeah, well, that'll be nice. Right, let's see, what are you writing? What's the... do you believe Scotland having many forms of autonomy in government, or do you believe in centralised united power? I'm not sure what you mean by many forms of autonomy in government. I mean, I think generally speaking, if not independence and true sovereignty, Scotland needs a lot more devolution. I think something I would like to see with Scotland is a system more similar to the City of London system, where Scotland is more rewarded for the revenues coming out of our country, because that would create the potential for Scotland as a whole to become a very key economic zone, and that's something that is being withheld from us right now, which is the possibility to have that. If you look at how the City of London works is essentially a private company, and it means that they've got their own Lord Mayor and all this stuff, and the way that it's ran means that they make a lot of money, and that money stays in that area. Whereas what happens in Scotland is Scotland goes and makes a lot of money, and the money doesn't make its way back to Scotland. It's distributed across the entire United Kingdom. Yeah. The UK has more councils than France, Italy, or Spain. Decentralize your power, please. I didn't know that we had more councils than France, Italy, or Spain. But I know that in Scotland we have about 10 times less councils per capita than Norway. And we have a top-down system. I think I'm not sure enough of the ins and outs to confirm whether I'm absolutely pro that sort of system, but I definitely think in Scotland we need to strongly consider whether having a bottom-up system might be more powerful. Obviously, we don't have the opportunity to do that right now, but the way a bottom-up system essentially works is sort of like how the City of London works, but with more devolved subsidiaries. I think generally having more subsidiaries in government is a good thing. More power towards locals on issues that affect people on a local level, and also the money coming from a local economy benefits that local economy. I think that makes sense. So yeah, but the way that works in Norway is the money goes to the smallest level of government first and works its way up. Whereas what we have is we spend it right to the center and it works its way down. And I don't know enough about that system as to whether I would argue for it firmly, but I think it's definitely a strong possibility that that could be a genuine way of creating more subsidiaries in Scotland, which is something I definitely am more supportive of. And most people in circles I'm aware of, people I know who are in think tanks, are leaning towards that. So and when you have most people in think tanks and in the circles that I'm speaking to being pro something like subsidiaries, that usually trickles down into the Overton window. And that means, be it in 5 years or 10 years, that will be fully within the Overton window. And you'll have your average school teacher or sailor saying, oh yeah, I think Scotland should have more subsidiaries. And eventually then it will enter politics. Until then, let's enjoy our big centralized government. You need direct democracy. I'm not sure what you mean by that. You voted independence for local and reform for general. Interesting. Yeah, interesting. A lot of people are supportive of SNP because they want Scottish independence, but they're also against immigration and they want to see deportations. Your name is Loca Chica. Your first time voting, but well done. Yeah, I'm glad that you have voted because lots and lots of I mean that sincerely, by the way, lots and lots of young people have not been voting. They've been afraid to vote. They're cautious around it and they don't want to research and they don't want to learn about what they're doing. The fact that you voted for two opposing parties is very interesting, you know, and it shows the sentiment of people in Scotland. Do you support being Scotland a completely independent country, or do you support the conservation of Britain? I want to see the prosperity of both nations, and I think there's a very, very strong argument that Scotland would be much stronger as a sovereign nation. Per capita, Scotland as an independent nation, supposing that we handle our exports and border disputes appropriately, would likely be one of the highest median income per capita nations in the world. And really, Scottish issues are very different to what Westminster understands. Westminster displays continual lack of ability to deal with Scotland as a country. They can't deal with the culture. They can't deal with the industry. So I think there's a lot of strong arguments for independence. That being said, I think the government that handles independence is a very, very important question. And there's a lot of policies within the two parties in Scotland, which are most supportive of independence, which I don't support. And I think there's a lot of questions over leadership in those parties. Swinney is quite a strong candidate, and a number of his close allies and potential contenders are potentially strong candidates too. This Mary character who's been handling a lot of she's the secretary for I'm not gonna remember her role. Anyway, I think her role as secretary for Scotland, I think is an example of somebody who has lots of policies that I do not believe in so much. Just finished watching my Restore or Greens video. Just wanted to let you know it was very interesting to watch, and you carry yourself very well. Keep it up. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that, Charlie Newman. Lots of people responded to that video by going, "How dare you?" And the words that followed "how dare you" were completely opposing. But if you read the comments, there's not that many. It's not a very popular video. But if you read the comments on that video, people are saying all sorts. Let's see, what's it been saying there? Yeah, I mean, it's not even got 300 views, so it's not a very popular video. Compared to my Why I Bagpipe During the Muslim Call to Prayer video, it's now on 33,000 views, which is wonderful. Yeah, this one's not got so much, but it's got 34 comments, which is pretty good. Let's see. Rupert was never a part of Advance UK. Is that true? I thought Rupert Lowe, hang on. Shit, I've been telling a lot of people that, so I've been spreading this. Because Elon Musk was backing... Oh shit, my bad. I've been spreading misinformation. I've said that multiple times now. Okay, I'm very sorry to announce Elon Musk was supportive of Advance UK and of Rupert Lowe separately. Ben Habib fell out with Rupert Lowe. You can see what it says here. This is Wikipedia, but I don't generally rely on my opinion on Wikipedia, but I can see broadly this is the consensus. Ben Habib launched Advance UK around the same time. The two parties remained separate entities and later feuded with reports. Wow, they were never collaborators. Wow. They fell out. Failed merger. Ah, right. So that's where I'm getting my misinformation from, is because I heard about a merger between Rupert Lowe and Ben Habib, and that's where I got mixed up there. You're African. I like my t-shirt dancing video was hilarious, mate. Thank you very much, man. I like my t-shirt. That was an insane day. I really thought that video was going to go very viral, and I was shocked to find out. You just got awarded a $3,000 scholarship. Mate, congratulations. That's fantastic. $3,000. So US dollar? Are you going to the United States? Mate, that's amazing. Congratulations. A $3,000 scholarship. There you go, man. I've got a successful, fruitful audience. Tell us all about it. What are you going to study? That's brilliant. And I'm glad to see I've got people in my audience that are getting scholarships. Smart, intelligent people. But that's really fantastic news. That's great. Congratulations. I look forward to seeing and hearing what you do with your scholarship. But no, I'm very sincere about that. That's actually really, really great. Well done. almost all your housing paid, you're going to try to become a history professor. Ah, interesting. Okay. A historian in the chat. Oh, I'm not going to sleep well tonight. I'm just too hungry. Alright, let's see. What's the chat writing? What's the chat writing? Just finished watching my restore. Oh, no. Cheers, waxing. Good luck. Just go. You were going to vote restore, but you found out they want to ban abortions or limit them. Abortions is one policy I know very little about. The main thing I did see was freedom of speech things where people were being arrested for praying. I even saw one video you've probably all seen of an old lady who was about 200 meters from an abortion clinic who was arrested for holding a sign that said, "Coercion is a crime. Please feel free to come and speak." Now, this is the sort of thing you would expect to see on a notice board inside an abortion clinic that the government would put there. Coercion is a crime. Feel free to come and speak. It's just an equivalent of begambleaware.org or Alcoholics Anonymous. When you have a system like euthanasia or abortion or any important issue where people are making key decisions, we want to discourage coercion. So in terms of the freedom of speech side of things, yeah, it's got a bit crazy. In terms of the right to abortion and whether it should be allowed in a certain term, I know very, very little about it. It's one of the few things where I'm just like, I think this is a women's issue. I don't know if I have authority to even. This is a bit silly because I have opinions on just about everything, but it's one of these issues where it's just like. Anyway, it's not something I'm strongly about. It's not something I'm likely to need. I don't go sleeping around. I'm not gonna be in a situation where a woman has a pregnancy and wants to abort. Yeah, it's not an issue I'm very focused on. What are you saying? You're interested in history. Which war? You think so? You wouldn't mind seeing you being a candidate. What, me being a candidate? Not anytime soon. If I was gonna go for it, I'd want to really go for it. So I'd want to go for a decent, powerful position, and I don't see any avenue with that. I'm not strongly networked with other politicians and things. I appreciate that. That's very humbling for you to say that. I'm surprised that somebody would say that because I'm not somebody that's promoted any strong opinions on many things besides identity politics. And that's not something, I don't vote based on identity politics. The number one issue I was thinking about when I was voting was like well, I suppose the constitutional question and energy are the main things I was voting on, and those are not things that I've really expressed a direct opinion on. But anyway, it's very humbling. I appreciate this. Very kind of you to say that. Western Europe is good. I'm not sure what you're meaning there. Your father's a war hero, so you get 2 years of free college due to the GI Bill. Well, I think you deserve that, man. The GI Bill. I don't know about the GI Bill, but I think it sounds like a good thing. I think one of the things I really like about the United States is I speak to a lot of veterans. Obviously, there's a lot of problems with the way they're treated still when they leave the army, unfortunately, and they do get messed over a lot. But generally speaking, in the US, veterans get treated very well, and they get a lot of benefits, and I think that's great. The way that we treat veterans here is an issue. I was speaking to a member of the Erskine charity recently, and whilst I was pleased to see a lot of the work that they do, they're clearly underfunded. And it's something, unfortunately, I'm not in a position to have any significant effect over right now. But in the future, I think I'm more likely to be tempted to influence Scottish politics through the private sector. I think there's a lot of power in the private sector, and where we have not very much power in devolution, that might change, but I don't see very strongly about that. Let's see. Okay, so now a really philosophical question: would the world be a better place if Islam didn't existed? I don't think this is a healthy hypothetical question to be asking, because the only thing that we can, talking about a practical sense as a person who actually wants to bring genuine change to the world and is very passionate about these issues, the only way that we could say Islam would cease to exist would be through mass conversions and genocide. And I am very against genocide. And I think mass conversions are probably unnatural, unfeasible, would probably have mass repercussions. I think we would see a huge degeneration of the Muslim youth in this country. I think if they were to lose Islam, say to convert to atheism, I think we would see a huge rise in degeneracy in this country. So you're saying if Islam wasn't to exist, let's talk about it not in a hypothetical sense. Let's talk about it in a practical sense. If we're to actually make Islam not exist, if suddenly we were to convert all these people, what would the repercussions of that be? I think it would be a net negative in this country. If they were to convert to being devoted Christians, that would be a different issue. I think that'd be a very positive thing. But the reality is that most people in this country who consider themselves to be Christians are not very devout. And even the ones who attend church and sing along with prayers are, generally speaking, less firm in their religious beliefs than Muslims are. Let's see. Robin, do you think it's a wise idea to transfer to Northern Ireland? You've looked into it and they have a good history program at the colleges there. You'd also get your doctorate and master's early. Look, Neblin and the Gnome, I'm not the best person to advise you. I live very near to Northern Ireland. I know a lot of Northern Irish people. The town of Stranraer has an enormous Northern Irish influence, and when you hear people there, their accents sound like they definitely have an influence, a strong influence from Belfast. As to whether you want to go and study university there, that's very much up to you. I have one of my classmates from school has went to study medicine there. She's very, very intelligent and clearly knows what she's doing. I don't know enough to comment. On history. Personally, for history, I'd be much more interested to be in Scotland, just as a country, to explore that. But to study university, I mean, if you've got the best university there, go for it. I would say what I can genuinely advise people from my experience of university is I went to university based on the online university rankings. This was a bad idea. I should not have chosen university based on the university rankings. I chose the top rated university for film in the whole of the United Kingdom for their undergraduate course. And yet the quality of people on that course was abysmal. It was terrible. The course culture was terrible. So my advice to my younger self, and I don't know how much this applies to you based on your career goals, because being a historian is more about becoming erudite and less about practical career progressing concerns and networking. But for my career, networking is the most important thing I can get out of university. And if I had chosen to intentionally go to at least a Russell Group university, I would have way better optimized chances of building a stronger network. Luckily, I've been able to build a decent network from other means, but it would have been much, much easier if I had prioritized where are the really top people that I want to be around. They're in St Andrews, right? They're not at Edinburgh Napier University. Even if Edinburgh Napier University has the best rated film course in the UK, you're not going to have the same network opportunities there. So I would say that's my main advice I would have to my younger self. But that's obviously specific to my career goals and things. If you're not concerned about networking, then I suppose becoming erudite is your priority. I don't even know. You care about research facilities and other things that I'm not even aware of. What are your views on coexistence with them? They simply see us as infidels. What's the solution? How to stop Sharia law in the UK? Okay. Spino, I'm very concerned about the influence and rise of Islam in the UK. I think it has the potential to cause a detrimental effect on this country. Let me be very, very clear about that. Now, my solution to that is a little bit more complicated. And I do not believe the means justify an end. And I also believe the perspective that you are sharing is clearly more strongly influenced by the internet than it is by real life experience. I would thoroughly encourage you, and I'm sure that you have experiences with Muslims on a daily basis. You may see them, you may be around them. I would thoroughly encourage you to try and speak to some more Muslims and get a sense. Mostly, generally speaking, they do not see Christians as infidels. They believe Jesus Christ was a Messiah. He is the second most important person in their book, probably, maybe third. Probably, obviously, number one is Muhammad. Number two is maybe Aisha. Number three is maybe Jesus Christ. So, Jesus Christ is very, very important in their religion. I think broadly people would be surprised how encouraging most Muslims are of Christians going to church more and of there being more Christianity in this country. I'm not sure if it's in the Quran or the Hadiths. I should be aware, but there is language in Islamic literature which says that people who believe in the religions of the book, aka the Abrahamic religions of Christianity and Judaism, should pay jizya, whereas those who believe in polytheistic gods, they have a much lower stance in Muslim beliefs. So they see Christians and Jews, despite what you're going to see in the media and these attacks and all these things that are going on, they see Christians and Jews, generally speaking, higher than they see people who are non-religious. So Christians who become atheists are looked down upon by them, right? So they want to see more of that. I just really encourage you to open your mind a little bit to that and spend some more time just looking into Muslims. This strength of discussion around Sharia law itself is very manipulated online and it's very misleading. And unnecessary hatred on the wrong issues is a serious problem. That's not going to move us towards resolving this issue properly. And it's going to put people like yourself who are able to express yourself intelligently, you're going to be blanketed as just a dumb racist. It's worth looking into it. If you feel passionately about this issue, it's worth looking into it. And I would say try and achieve some anecdotal experience. Try and speak to some Muslims about these issues and just see what they're saying, right? And do the thing. Lastly, most importantly, if you are going to hold a statement that you believe in mass deportations, I thoroughly, sincerely also believe that you should be able to look down the eyes of a person that you believe should be deported and have this genuine discussion with them. This is something I can firmly say that I have experienced on a number of occasions, right? When I say there are issues with cultural decline in this country, I am telling you these are people who I have spoken to directly, extensively, for hours. I have understood their personal journeys, their personal struggles, the relationships with their family, with the benefits with the government, with their previous country, with their gender and their sexuality sometimes, because there's a lot of people who are asylum seekers in this country because of their LGBTQ. So I have spoken to these people. I've also spent a lot of time in countries which people are leaving to come to Scotland and to come to England as well. So I just want to emphasize that is firmly my belief on this issue, is that when you are going to feel so strongly against somebody, that shouldn't come from a mob mentality of us and them. It should come from a personal understanding of, I know these people and I know their problems. That's something I feel passionately about. Now let's try and respond to these. You've been writing a lot of paragraphs here. Islam would be good if it wasn't made, but you do think if they want Sharia law, they should practice it in Muslim countries. Yeah, I mean, Sharia law is a misnomer in itself. We could go into that in itself and actually try and talk about Sharia law and what that actually is. Essentially, broadly speaking, Sharia law, well, Sharia is about a way of life, and Sharia law is not such an exact thing within Islam. It's more of just a broad idea of countries that establish legislation based on Sharia and the supposed correct way of life based on the book. But what you'll see in most of these Muslim countries, Morocco is a really good example of this, they deviate a lot from the strict rules. For example, you'll have a rule in Islam which says, well, people should have their hands cut off if they're caught stealing. And this is not taken seriously in a lot of Muslim countries, Morocco included as one of those countries. There's 55 Muslim countries, and they all have very different ways in which they interpret these rules. Some of those countries are Shiite Muslim countries as well. So, are Shia Muslim, so it's very controversial. Depends on how far you are from Scotland or where you're from. Usually I say it's who you want to win, Scotland versus England. Yeah, I mean, I think a broad demographic shift of a significant increase in Muslims in this country has the potential to have create cultural issues, and I think we're seeing it already create cultural issues in Scotland. It has in England. Sorry, it has the potential to do something similar in Scotland. Right now, the scale is very small. I spent a significant portion of my childhood, the first 6 years of almost 7 years of my life, I spent in the highest density Muslim area in Scotland, which is Govan Hill in Glasgow. So I know personally about what it's like to be in these places. It was not a disgusting hellhole, is one thing I will say. Despite what many people will say about Govan Hill. Off-topic question: do you iron your kilt? I do, but I have not done it in a while. I had my kilt dry cleaned recently, and they ironed it, and they did this horrible knife edge thing that I don't like in kilts. And what are your views on coexistence with them? They simply I read that already. To use iron on a whole heat to make it a little more than lukewarm. That's true. Don't fucking heat up your iron too much when you're ironing your kilt. For any kilt wearers in the audience here. Loca Chica knows what's happening. I assumed it was a girl, but do you wear a kilt as well? Anyway, excellent answer. You're Scottish. You never thought of whether we have to. Thank you. You go to Scotland. The issue is that you're from your research. There aren't many traditional Presbyterian churches that still hold to the traditions of our fathers, but we still have plenty of time to decide. Personally, I found attending Scots churches, the Scots Kirk, is the better option in this country if you're concerned about political influence. But the attendees of these places tend to be very right-leaning, but they certainly don't bog themselves down with some of the nonsense that you can experience in the Church of Scotland. If you catch my drift. There's Plus Garden Abbey in Elgin, which you might want to look up. I don't know about them. The best rated film course is called Enthusiasm. I agree. Like your open views, but you just think you should identify with whatever country in a good way, as long as you're not being harmful or harmed. Okay, they don't believe he was a messiah, but rather a prophet. There, Jesus is a completely different figure than the one Christians worship. Yeah, you're talking about a translation issue here, of whether they believe in him being a prophet or a messiah. But an enormous number of Muslims, I don't know if it's a majority, but a significant portion of Muslims use the word Messiah to refer to Jesus Christ. So maybe the official dialogue among their sheikhs is that he was a prophet, but an enormous number of Muslims have came to me and said, we believe in Jesus as a Messiah, as one of our Messiahs. Those are the words of a great number of Muslims who have spoken to me on this issue. So maybe just in the common dialogue of the people is a little bit different to the official narrative for Islam. Honestly, you haven't had great experiences with Muslims in creepy senses, but you're doing this positive to them, but you only want them here if they don't harm others and are documented. Yeah, I think documentation goes a long way, and it's important to acknowledge. Muslims contribute fairly well to taxes. When you look at the older generations of Muslims, for some reason, there's really bad rates of obesity among Muslims and an enormous expense on our healthcare. Now, I don't think that that's so much related to their religion. I think it's more related to the places that they're coming from. There's specific regions. There's two regions in Pakistan. One of them is Kashmir, and one of them is a region I'm going to forget. There's two particular regions in Pakistan where most of the immigrants that absorb welfare from South Asia are coming from. So that's the area of South Asia that most welfare immigrants are coming from. Whereas when you look at other South Asian immigrants, particularly Sikhs and Hindus, they contribute a lot when it comes to taxes, generally speaking. Obviously, cultural integration is a different issue. My views on that I've expressed previously. In Islamic view, Jesus isn't God who didn't die for our sins. He didn't die on the cross, etc. He's very different. That's true, he didn't die on the cross. They have a strange view. Basically, they believe that God wouldn't have made Jesus suffer. I think this takes out a lot of the best parts of the Bible and the most important parts of the Bible. This idea that, God would give all these good things to Jesus. And I think that their beliefs is that he went up to heaven on a winged horse, something along those lines. I can't remember exactly the narrative, but it's just a bit something that I wouldn't get behind personally. And I'm very open generally to accepting theological propositions that most people think are too wacky. That's one that's... It's not that it's too wacky or out there or too fantastical. It's that this narrative about, oh, they wouldn't make him suffer, they wouldn't make him wear a crown of thorns or make him be crucified. I'm sorry. That's such a key point of Christianity, is understanding suffering in the positive sense. What do you mean it's paying heed? Man, I'm so far behind in the chat here, I'm sorry, but that's just a reality. Nope. Water and also any moth issues can be solved by using 100% cotton pillowcases for kilts. Yeah, I mean, I've got mine in a plastic bag inside my bagpipe case. We have a bad moth issue in this house I'm in right now, which is my family house. I'm looking after my family's pets and poultry. You will definitely consider that advice. Freeze it for moth, ruin the good kilt, starch without knowing that. A good kilt with starch? How does it happen? You love fabric, yeah, good. Me too. I like good natural fabrics with texture and character and history. Not any of this strange synthetic nonsense that we are seeing everywhere. You agree with me largely, Robin, but you say that individual Muslims aren't all evil, and in fact many of them can be quite good. Yes, they're not evil. These are not evil people. There's not a significant genetic difference. As Tommy often says, we are Indo-Europeans. Okay, so no, there's not as many genetic differences. They're not evil people. I think their religion and their cultural issues, I would say more so than their Islamic beliefs in many ways, are potentially leading to division and a number of other issues in this country. But I think culture comes before religion in this, and that's why I use the word European culture, not European religion in many of these cases, even though Christianity is obviously a key part of European culture. Any other questions, please ask about tartan. This Loca Chica is an expert on tartan. What's going on here? You're a girl, you have to wear a kilt. What's that supposed to mean? Kilts are traditionally menswear. What do you mean you have to wear a kilt? I don't think you have to wear a kilt. You mean at your school? Do you go to Harriet's or a school where they wear kilts? Is that what you mean? Is there much difference between Welsh and Scottish tweed regarding care for uniform? Tweed is generally similar. You recommend asking the manufacturers. You're also only knowledgeable about Scottish tweed. Wow, these are all women in the chat? What the hell? This is very surprising. Hello from Australia. Just love listening to your playing the pipes. Thank you very much, A-Hockey. Sorry, I'm taking a minute to get around to the chats right now. They're going very fast for me. You're 16 and you know a lot about it. Yeah, that's amazing that you're 16. This has been your first vote. And very interesting choice for who you chose to vote for as well. Certainly something that would scare any old person that you're voting for independence and deportations. But that's a rising. Those are both very popular things among young people right now. Oh, it's work uniform. You live in Inverness. I would ask where you live in Inverness, but I'd strongly advise you don't say where you work. I'm guessing it's something to do with tradition or tourism. But I'd strongly suggest this live chat is not only public right now, but people who watch this live stream retrospectively, which is a significant portion of the views on this content, can read the live chat and do read the live chat. So I'd recommend you don't share that detail. You just shared the detail. you kind of just said exactly what I said don't do, and that you just said you won't say. But okay, it's fine. I mean, I don't really have weird stalkers who watch me or anything like that, fortunately, but I plan to leave this live stream up for a long time. And if you have a privacy concern, and this applies to anybody in the chat, by the way, you can always message me personally and I can deal with it. But generally speaking, I prefer to keep these live streams up so that people can come back and refer to them when they want to. Unfortunately, it also means that when I say something controversial or private about my life or something along those lines, then, you know, I sometimes have to question whether I want to leave the live stream up or not. But it is a significant problem that if you say something on a live stream, it is here forever, and it's easy to just, in the spur of the moment, say something that you might not want reflecting on your career. Watch it, Robin. This lady knows her stuff for a reason. What are you inferring? She knows her stuff for a reason. I'm not sure what you mean there. She knows her stuff for a reason. And she's going to use it. You have to be careful. Oh, I'm feeling a bit tired now. It's getting up to midnight. I've not been drinking my water. I've also not been eating food. That's probably why. Thoughts on the Amish? That's the kind of contrarian question that I want to be reading. Thoughts on the Amish? My thoughts on the Amish, I think they're really cool. I really like what they do. I've heard some controversial things about their practices and mistreatment of animals and some things like that. That's a bit like, you know, I'm not so for that. I'm kind of a green Tory when it comes to these questions. You know, I care a lot about environmental preservation and wildlife, and I want to see the preservation of all these things. But then I also hold a lot of conservative beliefs about energy and culture and taxation, welfare, etc. But yeah, so the Amish are cool people. I like them. We're giving a thumbs up for the Amish today. That's all I'm saying. There's a few, actually, there's a few cultural groups. I like the Mormons too. I like the Mormons a lot. They've got some weird things in their beliefs that I can't really quite get behind. But honestly, if every single friend of mine was a Mormon, oh, it'd be brilliant. I, I genuinely was considering converting to Mormonism about a year ago. I genuinely was considering to it. I was speaking to a lot of Mormons online and asking them if that this was a path I should go down. And ultimately, I just realized I didn't believe in a lot of things that they stand for. But their community is just brilliant. It's such a rare oasis, in my opinion, in Western culture, that they have such a wonderfully strong sense of community. And they all look after each other and they all hold together. And they're these great, big, wonderful, smiling families. And then as young people, they're forced to go off and travel and talk about Jesus Christ and God and Christianity in a foreign country and learn a language. I think it's a brilliant little system. I've got two Mormon families that are closely related, as they all are, who live very close to me, and they're brilliant people. One of them was my school teacher at school. They got really good discipline. They are really good at sports. No, I'm very, very positive about Mormons. And I liked, one of my favorite an American politician I really liked, who a lot of MAGA supporters really hate, was, come on, Robin, long face, dark eyebrows, competed against Obama for presidency, on the tip of my tongue. Come on, Robin, what's his name? Fuck. You guys know who I'm talking about. What's his name? You know what I'm saying, right? You know the guy I'm talking about. Who is the guy who stood up against Obama in 2012? By the way, I'm usually quite a fast typer, but this is an awkward position. Yes, this guy. What's his name? What the fuck's his name? How have I forgotten? Mitt Romney. What did I say? Whitmore. Whitmore. I suppose that's kind of close. Mitt Romney. I thought he was brilliant. I thought he was a really good candidate. Mitt Romney. Yeah, bang on. Whitmore. It's not too far off, is it? Whitmore, Mitt Romney. Anyway, yeah, Mitt Romney. He's got a kind of quite an Irish look about him, doesn't he? If there was a film about Mitt Romney, Daniel Day-Lewis would play him, don't you think? Look at this is Mitt Romney right now. Look at Daniel Day-Lewis. Yeah, I see it. Yo, what has happened to it? Oh, no, Daniel Day-Lewis has not joined this party. Come on. What is he doing, man? His teeth are as yellow as mine. His teeth are more yellow than mine. No, you did not join this. What are thespians up to right now, man? What is going on with the thespians? What's happened to them? Where have they gone? Were they always like this? Is this something I'm ignorant to? Or is this not a thing? Like, look, okay. This is one example. Daniel Day-Lewis. Look at him right there. Saying nothing except for, right? That's my perception. Now look at, names are just not coming to my head right now. Main actor in Narcos, Mandalorian, Gladiator, Pedro Pascal. Look at his recent thing. Look at this exact thing. This fucking thing. Look, where's the flower? Show his, why are they hiding his flower? Here. Look at, this is Pedro Pascal. You starting to see a pattern here? This is Pedro Pascal now. This is Pedro Pascal, what, like 1 year ago? Look at the contrast between Daniel Day-Lewis now and Daniel Day-Lewis, what, like 5 years ago or something? Hello. Oh, come on, please tell me. Alright, sorry about this. Sorry about this, guys. That was a fuck up on my part. I had the microphone plugged into the USB port, so I couldn't charge it while speaking. I'm black. I know. It's my curse. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, that was a bit stupid of me. I had the microphone plugged into the USB-C port of my computer, so I couldn't charge it, and I didn't realize my phone was on 1%. My phone is now charging, so that's not going to be an issue going forwards. Let's get this screen on. RTMP nonsense. Let's make it smaller. Not gonna lie, as a low-key recording artist, you love your microphone. Yeah, unfortunately the audio is gonna be worse now, but I'm gonna continue it anyway. Sorry about the change in quality. Once it charges, my phone charges up to something, I'll plug in the microphone again. But right now we're gonna have to just deal with a bit of a degeneration in quality. I hope it doesn't disturb you too much. I hope my beautiful voice can carry through anyway, and you can understand me on my phone microphone without my computer intervening. Yeah, Daniel Day-Lewis. What other actors? What was the guy? Orlando Bloom. Right? Orlando Bloom, back in the day, looked like that. Right? And yeah, it's funny. He kind of still looks like the same person and kind of really doesn't. I actually, you know, he always had kind of a slightly unusual appearance. Where's the one? Has he managed to like erase? I swear there was a picture of him that made him look like a complete crackhead that was going about, and I think he's erased it from the internet. Maybe it's a midlife crisis. Is that what we're seeing? A midlife crisis towards femdom. Is that what it is? Is it a midlife crisis of effeminacy? Mitt Romney, you used to like him. You don't know if it's weird, but you published a 601-page book at 14. Editors saw it and could tell you're a good writer, but dyslexic. A 601-page book at 14. That's well, I'm not going to swear on here because it might get me in a little bit of trouble. That's really, really cool. That's really awesome. A 601-page book at 14 years old. This is brilliant. My audience on here is so... You have no idea how frustrated I get when I do a live stream on Instagram. How I don't care about uneducated, but I care about idiotic. And unfortunately, a lot of the people who are really beautiful, wonderful people on Instagram who support me, they're also really idiotic. And on these YouTube live streams, we've got historians, people who write 600-page books at 14 years old. I'm very proud. I want to say right now, I'm very proud of my YouTube audience. You don't have Instagram or anything like that. Good. Keep it like that. You're probably more intelligent than me if you wrote such a large book at such a young age, but I'm going to tell you anyway. Keep it like that. I installed Instagram. I did not have Instagram or Snapchat or Twitter or TikTok. And I installed all of those applications in order to post on social media.
I did all of those recently, in the last year, because I wanted to spread my message on social media. But I would not lightly recommend the use of any of these things. And I will say, having it as something productively part of your work does not mean that it doesn't infringe on your personal life continually. And as someone like me who's can be, sometimes, not always, but can be very impulsive and is very obsessive and very extreme in my tangential habits, tends to be the way with Instagram and any other application. I'm easily taken down a rabbit hole, which can be very time consuming and very distracting from the important things that I want to do. And obviously, I started doing Instagram to commit more time to the things that I do want to do and that I do care about. Instagram. The quality's not that bad, it's still okay. Look at me there. I kind of look more like a demonic elf from Lord of the Rings when I have the light coming on. You can see how my eyes look really pale there, though. I look like I'm more likely to get into Agartha, I think. You know what's funny is when I wear all these jackets, I look like I'm so much bigger. Like I look like I'm big and muscly. I should wear these all the time, you know. Just wear loads of jackets and pretend that I'm actually big and muscly and just really lean. And nobody can know how tiny and skinny I am. Big, strong Scottish man. We're doing all right 20 years back. Oh, you've written so much stuff here. I can't write everything. Are you ADHD? I think every young man right now is ADHD, to be honest. It's kind of just the way of things. You feel as if a lot of people have it, as long as it's used productively. Yeah, maybe. I think the issue I have is most people I know who tell me they have ADHD are using it as an excuse in their life for things, and it's just a bit silly. Like, if I was to go through a diagnosis process and be like, oh, doctor, oh, I'm so sorry. You know, I get hyperactive sometimes and I get distracted. Not to belittle your experience, because you might have a very sincere and genuine relationship with being ADHD. But a lot of these people do. And I'm going to tell you, this is a lot of people who have ADHD. Oh, please help me. You know, I get distracted in the classroom and I like to fidget. And the teacher tells me off for fidgeting and it's not fair. I think it's internal. You know, it's a discussion you can have for so long. Is, well, what things inside me are creating these other problems? I'm not saying you do use it as an excuse. I know a lot of people who genuinely, sincerely use it to understand themselves better. But it's always an issue when you want to genuinely understand yourselves better and it pushes you steadily towards being more focused on your own personal issues in a negative way. I think that is definitely true of ADHD. I think it's definitely true of autism. I think it's especially true of people who have Asperger's but are now being labeled as autistic because high-functioning autism was suddenly politically incorrect. So yeah, I think it is a serious problem. You know, therapy, to give you some good facts, all right? I've been onto this men's mental health crisis for a while. Okay, I've been onto this for a while. As I said, I had this conversation with a man from Erskine Charity, who is a veteran. I was speaking to him and he was telling me about male suicide rates. Right, we were talking about that. We're talking about mental health decline. Now, the narrative, men's mental health, it was suddenly an avenue. ADHD is something hyperactive disorder. All these men start killing themselves more. Now, women are also self-harming more, and depression rates in men and women have both gone up similarly since 2010. Women more so than men, actually. Men has been more recent, I think. They seem to be slightly more affected by lockdown than girls were, especially like teenage girls were dramatically affected in the early 2010s by the rise of social media. Probably Instagram, I would guess, maybe Snapchat too, that also has a strong presence in teenage girls' lifestyles. But it's terrible. It was terrible. You look at self-harming rates and the rise of Snapchat and Instagram, direct correlation. It's almost undeniable how strong the correlation was. So it's an issue for both genders. But this men's mental health thing, I think there's a lot of good people in the part of it who are doing things like Ironman marathons. You know, they're caring genuinely about raising these issues. But the answer that men need to talk more? A young boy committed suicide in my school. He was 13 years old, I think. 13 or 14 years old. He was very young in my school. And lots of people rightly went to social media to go in and talk about it. I think it's okay. I think social media is a place where we can talk about these issues. But the issue that everybody was saying as a result of it was, well, we need men to talk more. And it's very possible, it's very reasonable to expect that for this particular boy, if he was in a position to talk more about these issues, then this young boy might not have committed suicide. And I'm very, very open to that high possibility. However, as a broad demographic issue, men speaking about their issues, men going to therapy, it's not reducing suicide at all in those men. Those men who go and speak about their issues and open up about their mental health are just as likely to be depressed, are just as likely to stay as bad or potentially even get worse. It's not helping them. Talking is not helping them. So men's mental health, as women saying, oh yeah, men are victims of the toxic patriarchy as well, which is essentially the excuse for the men's mental health campaign, makes them feel like they're talking about issues of a huge 50% demographic that was previously not being spoken about as victims, now to be spoken of not only as victims, but of victims of the toxic patriarchy, which is a nonsense way to fill a narrative that sounds nice in that kind of old lockdown discussion view of things. I think it's very, very clear to me some of the things that do assist men's mental health. And fortunately now we're seeing a lot more people push towards those things. Let's discuss those things. I have a lot of suggestions and I have a lot of things that I think are clearly working. There's a lot of men who care about this issue and they're doing a lot of really good stuff in these groups. I think one of the number one things that is not helping, I'm sorry, because there's a lot of good reasons that we have it, but certainly the 21st century attitude of feminism is creating more division between the genders. It's creating more polarization between men and women, and that's not something I want to see more of. It was a pattern in the live stream I did when I asked people Greens or Reform, that broadly speaking, girls are much more likely to say Greens and men are much more likely to say Reform. So the two greatest opposing populist parties are both being supported by opposite sexes. And whilst feminism has a really important place in society still to this day, I controversially say that because most people who involve themselves in identity politics on the right are against feminism. I think it still has an important part to play in modern society. I think we just need to talk about it in a more pragmatic way. And this nonsense romantic look of it is clearly proven it's not helpful. And yeah, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. What do you guys think? Because you're talking about it. Let's see. You had a few friends pass during the last round of budget cuts came through. Your friends were ashamed of having a disability and you're scared again with the new cuts. Okay, interesting. Actually, you know what? We've got a mainly female chat right now, so probably talking about men's mental health is a little bit, not very got much point. I think there's 3 people talking in the chat right now. 2 of them are female, 1 of them are male, so probably not the right subject. Shame is huge for mental health issues. Yeah, it's huge, but why is talking not helping? Why is therapy not helping? Why is opening up emotionally not helping? Why is taking on the toxic patriarchy as a man oppressed by the toxic patriarchy not helping? Because it's not a solution. I think men should be allowed to talk. I think what I'm talking about is not that men shouldn't open up about their problems. What I'm talking about is that the response to mental health issues, which is an overly romanticized, victimizing response, that word's pretty key in my opinion. It's victimizing is the key issue. If you want me to summarize my overall attitude to this issue and saying what I think one of the number one things is we need to have a society that focuses less on glorifying victimhood. Somebody standing up in an audience to promote their views and their approach to the world, they should not be standing up and saying, look at all these ways that I'm a victim. As a single mother of 5, well, actually, no, that's a pretty bad example. That's actually pretty impressive. Being a single mother of 5 is being pretty good. As an African American transgender student is maybe a slightly better example. You know, oh, I'm getting myself into a lot of trouble here. But I think when you put yourself on a podium and you say something, the reality is right now, even on the right, by the way, stating the ways in which you have been victimized is a way to gain a moral advantage. It's a way to gain a moral advantage, is to express yourself being more victimized. Can you imagine what Nietzsche would have to say about that? Can you imagine what he would have to say about watching the people who stand on podiums right now, the types of things that they have to say? The whole narrative about immigration. The whole narrative about immigration is about us being more victimized. Us being poor victims of this mass immigration that's pouring down on us. And we're just ordinary working people that don't know what to do about it. It's like, if you want to promote somebody like Tommy Robinson, promote Tommy Robinson because he bravely stood against issues of grooming gangs. Why is it a discussion that we should promote Tommy Robinson because Tommy Robinson is an exemplar of the struggling working class who are being overwhelmed by the dramatic force of mass immigration? You know, which is the narrative by a number of people I know in the upper classes and the aristocracy right now. It's like, well, should we put him on a podium because he's a victim? Or should we put him on a podium because he's brave and intelligent? And should we then take away that podium because he's not appropriately in a position to talk about geopolitics? Which is another little discussion we could go into, I suppose. Let's see. I mean, you know what? I normally try and not directly share my opinions on politics too much, but I'm sharing my slightly more divisive perspectives here. I'm curious to hear what you want to say. A lot of people, Robinson has massive donors. He has many strings. I'm willing to be 100% transparent about any sponsorship I receive. So you can ask any questions about that and I can tell you exactly where my money comes from. You gotta peace out. See you later, Dutch Vander, then have a good one, man. But look, I think the largest donation I have received about £300 in donations from Netflix. Never sponsored me. I've never said a word about Netflix on here. I've only got shit things to say about Netflix because they've got terrible fucking rotten policies in promoting pornography to children, promoting early onset surgeries, promoting all sorts of practices that I am against, and I have openly promoted being against their beliefs. So don't believe for any moment the £300 which I have received from Netflix is defining my perspectives. Oh God, you do not mean yourself. No, not yourself. Oh, okay, sorry. Who are you meaning strings attached? Oh, do you mean Tommy Robinson? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, he has a lot of strings attached. Yeah. I actually know the people who fund him, by the way, personally. I personally know people who work for actually they're not funders, they're not rich donors. I personally know people who work for the organization which funds Tommy Robinson. And they don't fund me, unfortunately. But they're very private about how they do it. And in the past, when they've funded him to do things, other people have taken credit and they've just said, yeah, you take credit. You take credit for funding Tommy Robinson and we'll continue giving him money. Iron Brew adverts are your favorite? I don't know. I think they've gotten a little bit worse lately in the last year or so. They've just been a bit lacking. But there's some brilliant historical Iron Brew adverts. I mean, the one of the family and the woman is playing piano. For those of you who don't know, Iron Brew is a Scottish soft drink. We call it a fizzy juice. It's orange. It sort of tastes a bit like rose flavour, a little bit like bubblegum sort of flavour. And it's very, very sweet. There's one advert in Iron Brew history that stands out to me forever, where a family were playing, or a woman was playing piano, and the family were singing along with this wonderful woman who was singing, and she just out of nowhere goes into singing that she used to be a man. Unfortunately, I don't believe I can put it on here for the sake of copyright reasons, but it's a very funny advert and I recommend you look up the advert in your own time. Now look, Wax On, you've been writing huge paragraphs. Neblin the Gnome has been writing huge paragraphs. I should not ignore them, so let's try and take a look at these. Shame is everybody speak for men as a woman, but it is even for women. I think, okay, here's my belief though about men's mental health. I think speaking is more important for women. Like, for women, like the attitude for men saying, oh, men can cry too, men can be vulnerable. Okay? No words said. It's not necessary. Talking, maybe. Being vulnerable, being open, I think that's something generally, we deal with issues very differently. And I think the small demographic of men, the small proportion of men that would actually be benefited by mentally by crying in front of their wife, it's just either negligible or it's people who are very unhealthy anyway. Very unhealthy. I will say homosexuals have very high rates of suicide. Homosexuals have very high rates of suicide. I think stopping victimization. Stop trying to victimize everyone might be a better approach, I would say. John Paul Jones was a badass. People need community and purpose. Yes! Community and purpose are two very, very important things. Community for everyone. Purpose, I would say, is more important for men than it is for well, I don't know if it's more important, but I think the kind of purpose that men need is different. Because men benefit more from having a little bit more of a singular-minded focus. Men are basically more autistic than women because we have longer neural pathways rather than more branched out neural pathways compared to women. If you know about that. You've seen the diagrams of, hang on, let me show you men's versus women's brains. This is quite interesting. So, like, women's brains, they're like lit up more broadly, whereas men's is much more concentrated. You can sort of see, I'm guessing the top one is, oh, actually, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Oh, this is not the graph I was trying to show. Anyway, doesn't quite supplement my point, but broadly speaking, their brains work slightly more generalist and men are slightly more specialist. So the meaning of purpose for us is a little bit different. But yeah, I 100% agree. That's a really good point that is really worth not ignoring. Purpose is really important. And when we're looking at expanding the welfare state, which is what Labour wants to do, which is what SNP have done, which is what the Greens want to do, and I'm very against the way that the Greens want to do it, by the way, even though I have a number of connections to the Green Party. I care a lot about the environment. I really don't agree with their social or economic policies. Oh, except for one thing. There's one economic policy the Greens have that I really like, actually. Georgism. I'll get back to that. Let's see. The modern world has largely destroyed both of these, leaving men mentally distraught, leading to where today. Yes. Community and purpose are really important. You made a really strong point there, and you said it quite eloquently. Who is this Neblin guy? You're not under the scholarship, are you? These are smart people writing things in my live chat. I'm very lucky and I'm very humbled that I have such smart people engaging with conversation here, and not the nonsense that I see on other platforms. Honestly, the nonsense I put up with, I mean, this is really good. You have been called disgusting for being Scottish because they took part in the slave trade. Yeah. I've been called disgusting for being Scottish because people can't understand how I speak. Robin, hello! Let's have a Gaster! How are you doing, man? It's been a while since we saw Lazabagaster here. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see an old familiar face. Robin, are you Chinese yet? No, I'm less Chinese than I was at the time that I last live streamed with you. We are innocent. 500 years ago were the issues. Oh, peace. Also, recently you did some research into your ancestry and found out that your great ×3 grandfather was a Confederate soldier named Archibald, who declared bankruptcy, then moved to Arkansas. Very nice. Is Iron Brew any good? You keep hearing about it in your Gaelic lessons. Oh, you're doing Gaelic lessons. Great. I should be doing Gaelic lessons and I'm not. How terrible. What a great shame that I'm advocating for Scottish culture and yet I do not speak Gaelic and I'm doing very little effort to learn Gaelic. That's something I'm going to change in the next 3 weeks. But as of now, I am clueless. So you might as well educate me on your oigs and higs because I'm not educated in this realm. But yes, Iron Brew is well known in Scotland. It has about 100, 150 years of history, something along those lines. And no, it's really unhealthy. It's really unhealthy. Full of sugar, and I think it's got aspartame or something like that. It's just got nonsense in it. Not healthy, not worth drinking. Just have a good sensation. Just have a good wee sensation instead. Stick to a dram instead of a brew. I just wouldn't bother myself with it. It's just, I've had it 2 or 3 times and I have no intention to have it more. But if you're going to have any fizzy drinks, have Iron Brew. Don't have Coca-Cola. Don't have Dr. Pepper. Don't have any of these nonsense drinks. If you're going to have any of these nonsense drinks, at least choose a Scottish nonsense drinks who has good adverts. But broadly speaking, I mean, it's just not healthy, you know what I mean? You've been trying to make me a Chinese citizen. I don't think that's going to happen very quickly, unfortunately. I think the Greens are more corporate than they admit. That's probably quite an accurate statement. I would say so. Actually, corporate is probably inaccurate. They're not corporate. I would say they're quite pro-middle class. And if you couldn't tell, I'm not working class, really. My parents earned working class wages. They were earning absolute bottom wages. But I grew up in a family with many close relatives who are academics. I grew up in a decent sized house in the countryside. We had very cheap rent, ridiculously cheap rent, basically council house equivalent. But we lived in a very nice house. So yeah, technically I'm middle class. Now, that means I'm a small business owner. If you guys don't know, I run immersive events for diaspora. So I would benefit from policies that benefit the middle class. The Greens would tax me more, but they would also make property more affordable for me. So you could argue how that might affect me generally, but you could definitely say it might be seeking to benefit from it. They're definitely going to punish the top, however, and usually there's a trickle down from the top taxing the rich and affecting entrepreneurship. And as an entrepreneur of a kind, I mean, I'm kind of not really an entrepreneur because I'm a traditionalist. I work with tradition bearers. La permaculture. Wait, what? Wait, who is this Lazabagaster guy? Do I know you? What do you mean permaculture? Wait, who is this? I have a strong sensation this is somebody who I went to school with. But no, my business has not really got anything to do with permaculture. You reach your old YT channels one time. Yes. Robinho la Permacultura. Right. Wow, you're well researched. I mean, that's impressive that you brought that up. But, are you leaving now? Is he leaving? But, no, nothing to do with permaculture. I work with tradition bearers. I make events for diaspora. So people who have Scottish ancestry can experience how their culture lived. Because right now, the only thing they can really experience is how their culture exists dead. What the castles look like, what the landscapes look like. And they can look at anglicised versions of Scottish culture. But they don't get to experience the real living culture as it was in the Scottish unadulterated way. So I'm creating an unadulterated immersive experience for diaspora to really immerse themselves. Is there a website for my business? No, I do everything on a very private basis. So I work with people who care a lot about their ancestry, and I maintain a lot of privacy for them. And I do these events with really small numbers of people, so I connect them together, small numbers of people together who usually have common ancestry. And basically, for example, if you have ancestry in the McDonald of Clan Ranald, you'll come to a small event that I'm going to run that's going to be customized for you with maybe 5 other people or something. Mostly they're usually people who are middle-aged, who have common shared ancestry. They come along, we create a custom event. I have tradition bearers who create custom artwork, stonemasonry, and clothing for them. And then they eat together and they experience Scottish storytelling and some traditional bagpipe music together. And it's sort of a way of binding people who have shared ancestry in a really private, customized, kind of special way. And obviously, it's something I don't talk about it too much on social media, because on social media, you guys are from all around the world. You know, you maybe don't want to travel or you can't afford to travel. All the people who attend these events, all of them, at least so far, are all in Scotland. They're mostly been, so far, close to the Edinburgh area or Speyside. We've not done any events in Speyside, but I work with a kilt maker who's in Speyside. So it's a very private, sort of small thing. I'm open to answer questions about what I do and what it is, but I keep the people involved in the business, my clients or my customers, whatever you want to label them, I keep their information very, very private. I'm creating very tight-knit communities for people. It's only for people who really, really care about their culture and their ancestry. So people who have a loose sense of, oh yeah, you know, I like Scottish history, or oh, you know, I have so many people. When I walk down Princess Street or Buchanan Street, right, which are the main streets in Edinburgh and Glasgow for locals doing shopping. When I walk down these streets, I have loads of people come up and go, oh, are you Robin Bagpipes? Or are you that guy who did the TikTok on the train in India playing bagpipes and terrorizing the Indians? And I'm like, yeah, that was me. Those people don't give a shit. They want to wave their fist and they want to shout about it. Those people wouldn't put a penny behind their claims. Right? They really don't care. There's a really small portion of people who actually really want to keep the culture alive. And whether they've got ancestry or not, because so far I've done stuff for people who do have ancestry. Personally, I'm very keen to do things for people who also don't have ancestry. But it's open exclusively to people who care very deeply about wanting to experience Scottish culture in an authentic manner. Now, most of the tradition bearers I work with are extremely, extremely stubborn people. Those people are very, very adamant about maintaining their culture. And unfortunately, the same stubbornness that has led them to maintain their culture in spite of English authorities attempting to eradicate it, simplify it, categorize it, divide it up, those people have maintained strength and maintained their culture because of their stubbornness. Now, when they try and do large events, which most of them have done at some point or other, right? These storytellers, bagpipers, people who care very deeply about maintaining their culture as it is, as they believe it should be, those people do these events and they have a large audience. Most of the people who attend show through their ignorance, lack of respect, lack of humbleness, whatever it could be any of those things. They show that a large portion of them really do not care enough to explore what is real, what is genuine and authentic. Right? A good example of that is a Gaelic singer, a friend of mine who is in his 70s. He's a Gaelic singer. he knows a lot of songs that document ancient well, not ancient, but, you know, Scottish battles in quite a lot of detail. Like, this guy shot this arrow and hit this duke in a lot of detail. And some of these songs have like 20 verses, something huge, right? Really strong. You can eat haggis without being Scottish. Really, you do not have to be Scottish, and you can, trust me, you'll be loved here, no matter what your ancestry says, if you embrace things, because most people do not. So really, really in-depth Gaelic music. And then what he has to do, he'll go to an event, they'll play a metronome, even though it's not designed to follow a steady beat. They're basically perverting the rhythm, the original Gaelic rhythm, and then they'll stop him after just a few verses. So what I'm creating is an environment for people who want to experience the culture unadulterated and actually immerse themselves in something that's living rather than just looking at the history, right? You can see the real authentic castles. You can see the real authentic landscape, but just about anything as a tourist that a tourist would generally experience when they come to Scotland, that is unfortunately being suffocated by authorities, and it has been for a long time. It's also being suffocated by careless audience participants. Somebody just deleted their comment there. If you're traveling to Scotland, you're surely hiring my services. Oh well, you don't need to hire my, but you're very welcome to take part in one of these events, and we create custom artwork for people that is very, very heavily rooted in Scottish culture and history, as well as clothing. And I've not done one of these events for people who are non-diaspora, but it's something I'm very open to doing, and I definitely want to explore how we could do that. And you, as somebody who does care about the culture and the traditions and does want to see it as it would live, I think are a good example of somebody who would want to take part in it. Do you need to pay extra for kiltless piping? Yes, I think you would need to pay extra for kiltless piping. Do I have a website? My website was hacked. So if you go to robinbagpipes.com, you will see, and then you press the donate button, it will take you to a gambling advertisement. So no, I don't have access to my website right now, but my business, which is sort of slightly separate to my website, is done on a very personal basis. I arrange most of these things over the phone, and I create a custom experience for each person. The name of the business I am not publicizing because it would expose an address that I currently do use for things. So yeah, hopefully I can set up a new one. Yes, I plan to. I think I'm going to buy the domain robinbagpipes.co.uk or robinbagpipes.scot maybe, because obviously robinbagpipes.com has been taken by filthy hackers. Filthy hackers. Well, there you go. I talked about my events thing. I talked about the thing that I don't talk about. The secret private arrangement that I never talk about. I just talked about for 5 minutes. Robin, you literally showed us your school one day. I did not show you my school. I think that may be a misunderstanding. I am almost certain I did not show you my school. Not my primary school. Oh, unless you just mean it like on Google Maps. Do you just mean on Google Maps? Yeah, I've never recorded a video in that town. No, I've done all sorts. There's a live stream where the camera saw up my kilt, and I was not wearing anything underneath. And what's really funny, this is the best part of the, so this live stream, all right? It was a live stream that was going on, and I had my phone down low, obviously, and accidentally showed up the kill. So YouTube took down the stream, and YouTube said, oh, you know, it was inappropriate nudity, sexual content, something like that. And then, and then I appealed the decision. I said, no, it's natural and it's traditional and it's art, because it's, you know, it's part of my music and my traditional clothing, so it's art, right? Just like, you know, you got those videos on YouTube of African people doing naked dances, right? Something I wouldn't know about, of course. But, you know, you have videos of African people doing naked dances. You've got body paint videos and stuff like that. So basically, if it's art or if it's traditional, it's acceptable. And then YouTube said, oh yeah, it's okay. It's traditional. Now, my intention was then to just cut out the part of the video, because I just thought, well, you know, if you have a copyrighted song, you can just press a button and YouTube just cuts out the part of the video where the copyrighted song is. Have you been to Belladrum? Yeah, twice. I was just talking about it at the start of the stream. I was there when Danny McCaskill was there. And at the exact place where Danny McCaskill was, they had a bunch of hay bales or straw bales. And after the show left, the straw bales were still there. And we, as the kids, I was a younger child, but there's loads of teenagers there. And we just had these, like, awesome fortresses that we were building out of these straw bales and tunnels, and there started to be rats after a couple of days, by the way. Unfortunately, after just like 2 days, there were already rats there. But before the rats came, these were the halcyon days, and we had a wonderful, wonderful time playing in these fortresses we were building. It's like Lego, but massive. It's like massive Lego fortresses, and massive soft Lego fortresses. You want to see James? Who is the liberal on the wall? Is that Starmer? I don't think she knew what liberalism was. Her name is Lucy, and she is the first ever human, I believe, or the first ever ancestor of modern humans. Oh, tell me who James is, though, by the way. I want to sit back. You can talk. Oh, I'm so hungry. I'm not going to sleep. I'm too hungry to sleep. Oh, fuck. Fuck, what were we talking about there? I'm getting lightheaded. James Song, sit down. Oh, sit down, oh, sit down, oh, sit down. Sit down next to me. Sit down, 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 down. Oh, that's the song teachers would sing at us when I would stand up in class and go, you filthy man, stop trying to teach me mathematics, you don't know shit. My teacher would go, oh, sit down, oh, sit down. God, I was horrible in school though. I'm not proud of it. I was really cruel to my teachers. I made my teachers cry. I was really not an upstanding student. And it was just out of arrogance, you know. I was just arrogant enough that I thought I was better than them. Because they're all stupid idiots. My teachers were not smart. Chat, if you run into Robin, make sure to carry a 2 kilogram pack of yogurt. Yes! Yes! You're so right. Bro, I've eaten... What was the most? I ate 3 kilograms of yogurt live on stream one time. Lazabagaster is an OG fan of the live streams. He's been watching these live streams since I was doing 15-hour streams in Morocco. Honestly, I'm pretty sure he wasn't on the stream when I had my up-kilting moment. But, well, yeah, I did 15-hour live streams while I was in Morocco. But YouTube caps live streams at 1 hour and 55 minutes and 55 seconds. So the last few hours of those live streams are cut off, which I didn't realize until I'd been doing it for ages. So, oh, it's so funny. I ended up having all these live streams that just so happened to be exactly 11 hours and 55 minutes and 55 seconds. Robin, wake up. Obviously, the reason they were 11 hours and 55 minutes and 55 seconds was because YouTube was cutting off the end of the streams. So I lost a lot of content, including my content of the severed camel's head, which was my favorite live stream. That was a 15-hour live stream. It was cut off. Saladin remembers. Saladin, you did the live stream the day after my camel head live stream. I think you remember me talking about it. You were a vegetarian. But yeah. Oh fuck, I'm so fucking hungry. To be honest, I think it's my electrolyte levels. I think I need some salt or something, some sodium. Oh, I'm going fucking crazy. Oh, I should really not eat. It's 1 a.m. Gosh, it might as well have been election night. When you're hungry, you have a wrap. You can't stress enough how big, fat, and massive it is. Oh, Lazabagasta, what are we ever going to do with you? What are we ever going to do with you? Well, I mean, I'm not going to say he's wrong, but I'm not going to contest it and say that he's right either. A wrap, salad, heather ham, chili sauce. Never goes wrong. Oh, fuck. I was prepared for election night tonight. I told myself mentally I was going to be staying up all night reading statistics on elections. And I didn't realize they didn't do it. Holy shit! Look at the English elections! This is England! Reform UK 13! Oh, but it's only 2 councils of 136. Still though! Oh, which councils are they? That's crazy.
Last time. Can they motivate them to go out to vote this time? And will that help?
Oh no, I don't have a TV license. I can't watch this. Sorry. Fuck BBC. I don't do that TV license nonsense. But is there not one that's non-BBC? There we go. The Guardian. Now, The Guardian is a left-wing newspaper, and they disagree with me on a lot of things, but I like them. I like The Guardian. I'll tell you why. I like The Guardian because The Guardian is not manipulated by funding. Every single other newspaper is Murdoch or a certain country of a certain religion, and they're all funded by these foreign influences and big companies, etc. The Guardian is not, and for that fact alone I like them. And one of the big things I see is when you have a right-wing issue or narrative and the Guardian backs it and provides evidence to support it, that drives a very strong perception in my mind that that's clearly an issue of importance or truth, at least. Now, it was a Guardian article that I read on the grooming gangs that made me respect Tommy Robinson, because I had not really known about the grooming gangs and I thought it wasn't a real thing or a real issue for a while. And then I read an article from the Guardian providing evidence from judges, from barristers, from all sorts of lawyers, and from policemen, that all of them had avoided taking action that might have led to the prosecution of people involved in grooming gangs because they were afraid of being labeled racist for targeting Asians. That's South Asians, to be very clear, by the way. Pakistanis. So seeing Guardian, a left-wing newspaper that is not influenced by financial interests, their donations come from supporters, not from, you know, it's like Zoran Mamdani rather than Donald Trump, right? They come from supporters rather than from big conglomerates and foreign influences of. We avoid talking about this too much on here. I don't really want to go into that. It's not my place. It's not my expertise. I do want to focus on local level issues, but there is a country or two that have a significant influence, and they don't have that influence. So when they say that all these people in important positions are avoiding taking action that could lead to the persecution of these people, then that tells you very clearly that there's a serious issue there. And that tells you that all this time, because for a long time, by the way, everybody was saying grooming gangs wasn't a problem. And one of the only people who was saying it was a genuine problem was Tommy Robinson. That's the number one thing that I actually genuinely do respect about him. And actually his execution at the time of dealing it, I think, was quite appropriate. The involvement of football hooligans was a little bit questionable, but the way that he went about communities and things, it's like a lot of people I know who come from a working class community background, but are quite intelligent and driven to make change in their communities. They have similar sorts of approaches. And, you know, I almost wish he stayed talking about things that were on a local level. I think the more that he has tried to get himself involved in geopolitics, I just think he involves himself in these stories in a very uneloquent way. It's not appropriate. It's not an appropriate way to talk about geopolitics. It might be an appropriate way to talk about the man down the street, but I think Tommy is too smart to talk about the man down the street with so much disrespect, as he talks about entire nations. He talks about entire nations with more disrespect than he talks about the man down the street, and that's a big problem. You are higher middle class, so you're not really sure where you sit here in stands to elections. Higher middle class. Very interesting wording, not upper middle class. That probably means, as far as I'm concerned, you're very well to do. People I know who identify themselves as upper middle class. I mean, Jacob Rees-Mogg, son of Lord Mogg, the best name, by the way, the best title in English history. Oh, Lord Mogg, son of Lord Mogg, Jacob Rees-Mogg, identifies as upper middle class. I was listening to this song. Look at my song recommendations, by the way. What is this? Howden Spino, you're back. Good to see you here. Look at my recommendations. Your FMCG didn't fail? Your beef did. Okay, we're not going into business stuff here. The Foggy Jew. Let's see, is there a Foggy Jew? I want to see if there's a Creative Commons one that I can put on here. Okay, we got Pretty Golden.
Today's day 235.
Violin.
In Colorado, we woke up to a blanket of fog. So today's tune is
She actually looks Spanish.
the foggy dew.
You don't want to sound obnoxious. You went to a simple private school. Oh man. give you her talent. You can earn it. Probably have to spend a few years learning. The same thing that she did, I think. You find most musicians are praised for their talent, but they seek to gain rewards exclusively from their patience and discipline. Nobody looks at bagpipers and says, "Ah, look at that wonderful bagpiper. He must have so much patience." They always say, "Oh, he must have a great pair of lungs. A great pair of lungs." A great pair of lungs? There we go. Thank you, Miss America. I don't actually know the words to the song at all, but it strikes a chord. Snatch that right there. Wow. As a guitar player, you have no idea how hard that is, but fingers are calloused. You play guitar, piano, and also have played practice chanter. Yeah, bagpipes is one that takes a lot of patience. It's like violin. I think it's probably a similar category. I don't know how long it takes in comparison, but certainly with bagpipes, people say, well, do bagpipes take a lot of skill? I don't think bagpipes take a lot of skill if you want to play them like shit, but to play bagpipes well, that takes a lot of skill for sure. It's challenging. It's very, very challenging. It's expensive is the issue. You can drop an easy grand on a starter. You mean on piano? Because bagpipes is the cheapest instrument to learn in this country. I had lessons for £2 per lesson, and then after a while I got free lessons, and I was able to rent a bagpipe from the SWSPDA for a period. It was like £25 a month to rent bagpipes. And then I was given a set of bagpipes for free by my friend who has a music shop. And actually I've been given 2 sets of bagpipes for free by the same guy. So you can consider me a little bit lucky. I'm in a region where they're trying to really encourage bagpipe learning. There's people here working really hard to try and get more funding in this area towards bagpipes. But yeah. No, it's much cheaper than piano. Piano is very expensive. I started learning piano. But you play piano. I want to hear you play now. But I'm gonna get annoyed by, like, I just wish all my audience was this well educated. And well, I don't care about educated. Sorry, educated is irrelevant. What matters is the intelligence and the people who are able to communicate with intention and really have a point of view that they can stand behind and explain. You like Glasgow? You have farmer family from Kilmalcolm. Oh, Kilmacombe. What's the nicest side of Glasgow? If you go, I mean, the West End, Bearsden, sort of Kelvin Grove Park area, there's a lot of really nice buildings. It's known as the kind of posh area of Glasgow. I think Glasgow's one of the few places in Scotland where often the poorest places are really fun, interesting places to be in. I'm from the south side of Glasgow, so I'm sort of biased to that. But growing up in Govan Hill, which is labelled as a shithole multicultural area, there's too many Muslims and gypsies there. My experience of Govan Hill is a place with so many festivals and events and so much character, so much story, so much personality. So for me, I see poorer areas of Glasgow really favourably for that reason. And it's for people who are foreigners, people who are not Scottish, and also to people who are English, because the English have done a terrible thing for the reputation of Glasgow. I mean, when I spoke from Germany and places in Europe, they say terrible things about Glasgow. And whenever you try and get to the root of it, it always comes from English people, unfortunately. But what people really need to realise about Glasgow is it has an extremely, extremely unique culture that's very, very rich there. It's very wonderful. It's really the most popping area of Scotland. And it's really worth paying attention to for people who are interested in the modern cultural side of Scotland and what the modern culture is. Glasgow's the epitome of that. It's the apex, I should say, of real, modern, developing, interesting modern Scottish culture and arts culture. So many musicians there, so many artists there that are really pushing boundaries in interesting, worthwhile, valuable ways. No, it's a wonderful, wonderful place. This guy's unfortunately not so good, but fair play. Fair play. He was giving his good shot, so I'll not beat him for it. I actually really liked that. Oh, let's hear. Is this a whistle version? Oh, it's MIDI. Fuck MIDI. Fuck MIDI. Oh, this will be interesting. Christian Huet? Huet? How do you pronounce that? What? That's great, yeah? Like Barry McCreary's music. You cannot read it. Or for traditional. Wow, this is a very interesting rendition of the Foggy Dew. Should we do more sort of Jacobite songs? Is he a luthier? I don't know. I don't know what that is. You'll have to educate me. What's a luthier? Oh, okay. Wow, I've never heard this song like this. We're on a theme. You know, I want to be clear. I don't hate the English. Actually, contrary to what a lot of people believe in my surroundings, I quite admire the English for a number of things. I quite admire them as a nemesis. I think they're a very admirable nemesis. To use a cardioid or deltoid mic for bagpipes. I actually use an omnidirectional microphone. So make of that as you will. But let's keep on our theme of songs that defy our admirable nemesis. What's a finer nemesis than the country who set the language for the world and the country who dominated a huge portion of the world for a very long time? Let's see if this guy's good. No. We should report that. For sexual content, violent or repulsive content, harmful or dangerous. I'd say it's repulsive. Can you not hide it from me? Oh, fuck. Anyway. We got a pipe band here. What pipe band is this? Pacific Coast Highlanders. Oh man, these are so bad. What is going on here? Why are there so many terrible pipers on the internet? How many notes are there on the bagpipes? That's a subjective question. Traditionally 9, but the more creative you get, it could be 13 or 12 or 13 notes. Some people are very creative when they get up to 15. But most people don't have that. They've not got the tune, man. It's dun 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 bam bam dum bam dum dum dun 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 dum dum dun 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 bum dun 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 bam bam dum bam dun 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 bam bam. That's terrible. Oh, here's Bruce Gandy. Let's get Bruce. Oh, that's not the Cameroonian rant. Wow, he's so young. Look how young he is there. Are they all in the same tuning? Ah, well, this comes down to a fundamental misunderstanding people have. Bagpipes is technically a broad categorization for a really broad group of instruments that can be defined really across a lot of different terms. Now, this instrument you're looking at here is the Great Highland Scottish Bagpipe, which is a specific instrument, and they're in the same tuning. You can sort of change it a little bit, but you have a lot of different Scottish bagpipes and a lot of different bagpipes from different countries, which have completely different tunings and different sounds. I can show you some more stuff, and maybe, I think I've shown things in the past, like Cornish bagpipes, Irish bagpipes, Northumbrian bagpipes, and these are really, really beautiful instruments. You got Galician bagpipes, Britannic bagpipes, Czech, Slovak, Bulgarian, Turkish. I mean, it goes a long way. The conical bore was invented in Persia. So, you know, that's the key technological development. You can imagine that's spread and developed. And it was the Scots who made it into the most technologically, initially technologically complex version of the instrument, and then they simplified it into a much more advanced but simplified, streamlined version. By the way, this is the jig version of Cameroonian Rant now, I just realised. This is the jig version of Cameroonian Rant, which is a very difficult chausse, and has since been converted also into a difficult hornpipe and jig. I should look up Spanish Easter capirote. You would like to see my opinion on this. Are you Spanish, by the way? Is that why your name is Loca Chica? You wrote something in Spanish as well. I don't know if you're just a person who learned Spanish. Put on Rise, Rise by the Lorries. It's going to be copyright, probably, if it's by the Lorries. Oh, the Corries. Well, yeah, probably copyrighted by the Corries. You know, I have a lorry chanter, actually. Sorry, Bruce, I did talk over your thing. Bruce actually, Bruce allowed me to use a recording of him playing bagpipes for a film that I made a while ago now. And he accepted my request to use his bagpipe recording on the condition that I sent him the film once that I was finished. But obviously the film took months to complete, and by the time I had finished it, he had forgotten about the arrangement. So when I sent him the finished film, he thought it was a scam. He wouldn't click on the YouTube link, so he never saw my film, unfortunately. And yes, he has a son, Alex Gandy, who is also a very, very fine bagpiper. So he's yes, created generational bagpiping competence, which is wonderful. Yeah, Bruce Gandy. Big up Bruce Gandy. Unfortunately, he hasn't seen his film, but that's okay. It's not going to turn me against him. We've been doing this for 3 hours. I've been sitting here just talking at you for 3 hours. 3 hours. Wow. Will you ever explain that Amazing Grace is a funeral song here? Nah, it's not something that I'm going to talk about much or I'm extremely passionate about. I mean, personally, at my funeral, I would want a Pembroke to be played. I wouldn't want something like Amazing Grace to be played. Yeah, I mean, Amazing Grace. So if you don't know the history of Amazing Grace, it's quite an interesting history. Basically, it was an English poem. You had an English poem that was written with Oh no, am I getting mixed up now? Yeah, no, it was an English poem written with anti-slavery instincts based on two very English melodies, primarily on one particularly English melody, but was popularized in America because of its anti-slavery rhetoric being put to this song, this English melody. But the guy who wrote the original poem that was later adapted to be referred to as Amazing Grace was, I believe, some sort of a slave trader. And he wrote the song in his later years when he fell towards Christianity more and regretted his history. So as he kind of regretted his history, he wrote the song that had anti-slavery sentiments. That's why when it was adapted in the United States by an American who combined this anti-slavery poem, the words of this anti-slavery poem, with an old English melody, he created something that really resonated with a lot of African Americans. And the song spread among African Americans in America. And that's how it became popularized. The melody of Amazing Grace and the tune was an American pairing an English Christian poet's words combined with English song. Why would you even consider banning the Capiroti hat? I don't know. You have people say it should be to me, and I think it's important to be discussed. People request it for different bagpipes. Amazing Grace. Yeah, it's just a very popular song, but it's such a simple melody that can fit onto almost any instrument and sound okay. That and actually it fits onto the bagpipes really quite well, I would argue. So it's quite natural, I suppose, that it would be performed on so many instruments, and Americans love it. Obviously, it comes from America. I think they love it because it's Christian now, not necessarily so much because of the anti-slavery aspect of it, but I'm sure it's still present, certainly among older African Americans who maintain the music. But a lot of people don't really know about his anti-slavery rhetoric so much, which is interesting because that's obviously pretty key at the root of its popularity. Nonetheless, I think what's more concerning than its anti-slavery rhetoric is its Christian rhetoric. Tourists, non-locals, what are you on about? Robin, please settle this question once and for all. I know Robin will say the right thing. What question? What question? What about Christmas traditions? Well, Spanish has a very rich history of Christmas traditions that have continued over the last extensive period of time. Whereas Scotland did not have Christmas traditions for about 300-400 years, because the Reformation led to an extreme form of Protestantism known as Presbyterianism, founded by John Knox, which took a view that Christianity was associated too much with the Catholic indulgence, and a more appropriate thing for the Brits, the Scots to celebrate would be the likes of Michaelmas and Hogmanay. And these are much more significant celebrations, which means that all Scottish Christmas celebrations celebrated today in Scotland are all English and all American. It's rumoured the reason that it became popular in Scotland was actually because of English civil servants who were working in Scotland. So it's because of English influence we have it, and we have all English and American influence for our celebrations. Hogmanay, on the other hand, is very, very much a Scottish celebration that has lasted in our culture for a long time, and we have a number of very inherently Scottish things associated with those celebrations. It is quite interesting. Scotland did have quite unique celebrations for Christmas before the Reformation. Scotland's celebrations of Christmas revolved particularly around mischief. Now, I don't know if that sounds familiar to you, but to me, the Scottish celebration of mischief during Christmas time sounds quite akin to the Jewish celebration in March of Purim, or however you pronounce it, which is the celebration of mischief that they have there, where they carried out a number of similar acts. They continue to carry out a number of similar acts to this day, as you might have seen in Scotland during the Festival of Mischief. So I wonder if there's a sort of relationship there. Obviously, Christianity had a dramatic influence from Judaism. Controversially, a lot of the greatest opposers of Judaism, through that Judaism, start to dislike a lot of Christianity. The Third Reich is an example of that, where they strongly opposed Judaism so much that they started to hate Christianity. And they took that to the extent of being pro a number of pagan or neo-pagan beliefs and promoting a lot of those beliefs in culture, in sort of, well, contemporaneously controversial and now in modernity controversial. Jesus was Jewish. Lots of people say that. It depends on what your modern translations would be. Because the idea of being Jewish was sort of in its infancy at the time. The kingdom of Judea, people would have thought probably of him more, in my personal understanding, and this is a subjective analysis of history, that he would be considered an Israelite. And he may also be considered a Jew or somebody from Judea. The modern idea of Jewish, though, is very different, though. You've read the Bible, he was 100% Jewish. Well, the modern idea of Jewish means a person who rejects Jesus Christ. Not the modern Jewish, though. The word Jewish is an English modern word that shows an English modern understanding and perspective of what it means to be Jewish. So how could Jesus have been Jewish by the modern word if it wasn't in the modern sense? He was a citizen of Israel, or of Judea. He spent an enormous portion of time in Jerusalem. He came from the beliefs of the Old Testament and believed in Moses. But he did not reject the beliefs or the teachings of Jesus Christ. So that would make him more of a Christian than a Jew, would it not, in many senses? Because a Jew who accepts the teachings and word of Jesus Christ is a Christian, are they not? And Christianity was considered a Jewish sect in its infancy. So is that not what a Christian is? For a Jew to believe all the things that Jesus Christ believes would have that Jew to be considered a Christian. So was he really a Jew or not? Yeah, the dominant of Judea. That's true. But if somebody was to come from that place to Scotland at that time, it's more likely they would be considered an Israelite than a Jewish person. It was after following the Roman genocide of Jewish people and Israelites that and the renaming of the region to Palestine that they started to identify themselves in foreign countries as Jewish. Because if they're to go and tell people they're from Israel, well, people are going to say, what the hell is Israel? What, you mean that Roman desecrated land called Palestine? Or you know, is an issue. I know it was long divided before the Romans arrived. And I know that Judea was a specific area of that zone. But keep in mind, Jesus was somebody who traveled enormous amounts. He spent a lot of time in many different places and held his identity to many different places. If you want to talk about Jewish in the religious sense, it's like, well, he clearly opposed Jews. He clearly opposed Judaism as we know it to this day. He clearly opposed their beliefs in many, many ways. And there's a good reason that lots of them were the driving force behind Pontius Pilate and these characters in the Romans that led to his death. Way before this time, decades previous, Christmas cheer was banned in Scotland by the church. Have you been watching the live stream of Knox? I literally just talked about that for about 5 minutes, talking about John Knox and the Presbyterians and Church of Scotland. Was it around Oliver Cromwell's time? Yeah, before Oliver Cromwell. So John Knox was after. God, what decade was John Knox? So it was before the full kind of Reformation of Scotland that John Knox was about, and he established a lot of the founding principles. It was around about the time of Calvin. So it was during the reign of Queen Elizabeth I and Mary, Queen of Scots. God, what year did John Knox die? Did he make it into the 17th century? I mean 16th century, but possibly 17th century. Wow. No, he died ages before the 17th century. I thought he lived a lot longer than that. Boy, no, he was nearly 60. That's a good age. Approximately 58 to 59. But no, I thought he lived. Okay. Wow, so that's before Mary, Queen of Scots died as well. 1567, just after. Because he had all these run-ins. He was kind of close with Mary, Queen of Scots in a number of ways. They were closely debating all these issues. She was a devout Catholic and he's obviously a devout Protestant. But they agreed on a number of issues. Being anti-English was one of the things they did well, even though he kind of came from England, in a way. Robin, how is it going 16 years old again? What? You mean because I just made a bunch of mistakes about dates and things? Or, oh, I don't know what you mean, going 16 years old. Going 16 years old. I'm not dating any 16-year-olds, if that's what you're trying to ask. Oh, what a beautiful map. What a beautiful map. Have you seen the Stagecoach version of the map, by the way? You gave the video a like. I don't know what you mean about being 16. The Stagecoach map looks like that. They've just cut off the bottom of Scotland. They have that and they say, explore all of Scotland. I've seen this on adverts in bus stops in Edinburgh. It says, explore all of Scotland. And they miss out the best part of Scotland, which is, of course, it's how it's wanted. Oh, shut it, you cheeky chica. You got a cheeky tongue, you. How it's wanted. Well, the reason is because they're shutting down all their bus services in this region, or abandoning them, the ones that they do have. The X74, rotten, absolutely rotten X74. Just been straight up not doing services, time and time and time again. It's terrible. Guys, I can't lie. I'm hungry. I've got mince and eggs in the fridge. Eggs in the cupboard, mince in the fridge. I might go and make some burgers. I've got a broccoli. Oh. You know, for somebody like me who has a carnivore diet, or it's not a carnivore diet, but I just like, I eat a lot of meat. A lot of people go, oh, you eat too much meat. Those people have no idea how much I goon over broccoli. Ah. See, people who do not appreciate broccoli are missing out on a really, really fine trick. Beef tallow. Beef tallow. Heat up beef tallow. So it's very hot. Beef dripping. The fat from beef on a pan. So it's really hot. And put the florets of the broccoli, chopped finely, into the beef tallow. And the broccoli absorbs the tallow. And when you fry it, oh, I cannot wait. Oh, I think I might do that at like 2 a.m. as well. I'm going to be eating, or maybe even 3 a.m. I'm going to be eating it. What are you writing? Fucked. You guys better not be writing bad things about 16-year-olds here in this chat. You're banned here. You were banned here? What do you mean banned? So you notice, confirm you're 96% Scottish, 3% Irish, and 1% Viking. I'm actually mostly sort of, yeah, I'm half Scottish and half Anglo-Norse Celtic. So I've got kind of a weird mix in there. But yeah, my mum's side are Vikings. I like broccoli too much. Nah, you don't realize. But people don't. You know what the issue is? The reason people don't like broccoli is because they cook with fucking water. They cook with water. You gotta cook with beef dripping. That's the only approachable, reasonable way. My dad is not a Viking, guys. My dad's Scottish. He's got a mix of kind of Ayrshire and Lanarkshire ancestry. You know, very healthy mix. Lots of people all the way from Lanarkshire to Ayrshire. So his what's it called? Heterozygotism? Is that right? Heterozygotism? Am I pronouncing that right? Is maybe not looking so good, but he's very smart. My dad's really smart, and then my mum's pretty smart too. They're both smarter than their parents. Heterozygotism. Yeah. Heterozygosity. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so I think heterozygotism is very important. So realistically, if I want my children to be optimal offspring, I shouldn't marry a woman who's from like Lanarkshire or Ayrshire or like Swaledale, kind of Norse Anglo roots. Those kinds of people technically wouldn't provide as much diversity and potential for being great as if I mixed with somebody from somewhere like the Shetlands or Northeast Scotland or Northwest Scotland, or like Cornwall maybe is a good example of an English or Irish maybe. And these are places that are proven to breed well with Scottish genes. On the issue of like people ask about if race mixing with Africans and things like that is a good idea. And there's actually really not enough scientific evidence around the heterozygous question, I suppose, of mixing with Africans and very distant races. Generally speaking, more diversity in a close proximity is proven to do well. So for example, keeping within North European ancestry is proven to do well. And it's definitely not been proven bad to mix with other nations, although there's certain clear defects. When you look at histories of malnutrition, different types of disease immunity, lactose intolerance, and lots of different things that are loosely proven. Never thought of it that way. Where do you get this information from? From experts who I speak to, people who I trust. But you can look it up. There are well-founded studies. If you want to look, I wonder if there are any good actually. Let's see. Google Scholar and JSTOR are good places. Let's see. Yeah, so if you go into JSTOR, there's a lot of articles on heterozygosity. The bottleneck effect, that's what I was reading about actually. This is ages ago I was reading about this. So the bottleneck effect is basically where you have things like hemophilia coming into place. So obviously among the upper classes, hemophilia is quite a concern. For most people, it's not really an issue unless you're a fucking idiot from, I don't know, Paisley or something like that, and you think shagging your cousins is a good idea. It's really not a very common issue over here. It's more of an issue in places like Kashmir in South Asia, Pakistan and India. It's not such a big thing here, but it is something to be aware of, that the more broad your genetic diversity of your offspring, the more likely of their success. Wow, this is an interesting article actually. Pre-existing alleles in the population, where N is the effective population size and V is the mutation rate per fold case. Wow. Take a read of this. I want to post this in the chat, actually, if I can. Let me just steal this. You Scots cannot just stop talking about haggis, haggis this, haggis that. What are you talking about, man? I've not mentioned haggis once this stream outside of you bringing it up. Not laughing at haggis now, are you? Laser. What's this guy going? Keep talking. Haggis, haggis, haggis. Oh, to my haggis. To be fair, I actually really do like haggis. But for most Scottish people, I mean, it's a poor man's food from Ayrshire. It's not from the Highlands. It's not from the Central Belt, even. It's not a widespread, acceptedly popular dish in Scotland, really. We have it one day of the year. Ah, fuck. I'm spreading misinformation. I thought she was found in Tanzania, though. Fuck. What the fuck? I thought it was Tanzania. Alright, I need to be really careful with what I say, because that's bad. This is the third account of misinformation I've been caught up on this video. And it was all said in my last, in my video I was talking to young people. Maybe because they're all idiots, I thought it was acceptable to just say things I don't really know about. But yeah, it's clear. But be careful, lol. Yeah, I should be careful. Well, I made a very inaccurate statement about Rupert Lowe, as if he'd been through multiple political parties, when he's only really been through Reform and Restore Britain, and he's now got Great Yarmouth First. So yeah, I have got to be careful with saying information that I have like misunderstood, right? Because the thing is, you know, I heard, oh, Rupert Lowe and Ben Habib are working on a merger, probably from a very reliable source, because that's a true piece of information. But it's not accurate that he accepted the doctrine or label of Advance UK. So there's a very important distinction there. You meant in the swearing? What do you mean in the swearing? I don't think I said any... What did I say? What swear words did I say? That's a mistake, I'd say. If you didn't know, you didn't know. Robert, pull your search history up real quick. What is my search? Actually, you know, I want to see. There's my search history. Nothing bad on there. Scene creators get banned for swearing. Well, I avoid saying the N-word on here. To be honest, I think the N-word is something that I've said a number of times in the past, but I don't really agree with it. I actually think it's a bad thing. Oh shit, fuck. But yeah, I think it's a bad thing to say the word. I think it's uncivilized and ape-like to say it's just like stupid fucking slurs. I think that's the same for like F-A-G-G-O-T. I think it's the same for the T slur, for the K slur even. For most of these slurs that are just a bit vulgar, I don't think they commit much to society. I just showed my search history, so yeah, Fairs. Oh my, I know this girl is posh now. I know she's posh now. Yeah, Fairs. I can't do the accent. What's like the like posh English girl. It's not really posh, to be fair. It's like, I think it's more Southern English, kind of mixed with RP. But where they say, instead of saying they say like instead of saying very, they would say very. They'd go, oh, fair, fairs. There's a girl, I mean, like, there's a girl who was my flatmate, who was in Edinburgh. She was my flatmate in the university accommodation, student accommodation. And she was from, like, Milton Keynes or something like that, you know? But she had that accent. She had this, yeah, very... I don't know how you describe it. It's kind of intriguing. This slightly distant, vague. I wonder if it comes from Trelawney and Harry Potter or something like that. It's like, yeah, wow. They don't say well. I would say well. Well. Let's get some water from the well. She would say, wow. Well. It's almost like wall for me. From my wall. Anyway, it's a sort of drifty. Yeah, fair. I don't know. Thoughts on the American Southern accent? Brilliant. I love it. I had all these Americans. You know, they couldn't understand me over there because I was too Scottish, and they're like, "Oh, darling, I don't understand a word you just said, but I love every word of it." I can't really impersonate it. I can't do the accent, but that's what they say. Oh, I don't understand anything you're saying, but I love it all. I love it. I had so many old women say that. I love Southern Americans, you know. Thoughts on the Highland accent? Oh, let's get my favorite man. This is the best of the best Highland accents. This man is brilliant.
No, now die dat persoon wie in our stoel is, no, wie het hasten er u heen maken bij. Is go. I mean, desperate for finding out.
Well, gaan je tracksuit takken, maar ze doen het. Hvis du kunne t-shirt takken med steg, men har vi känner en sägen här. I was kind of sort of bit uskil.
Tracksuit. Tracksuit.
I know have me come out så. Jag vet inte så mycket kunde kolla vad mycket sen är jag. Jag vet inte vad konstigt. Ha kartor med vilken kunde kunna träska då eller där. Ha kartor med hur.
You saw man on IG? Yeah, probably because I keep reposting his videos.
It's like egentligen det kan en skinna så det gör då. I would say,
it's not what are the odds, mate. I've been fucking reposting his videos for ages. If you didn't see them on my page, you probably saw them because I reposted them. But we didn't get to hear his English-speaking accent, which is brilliant.
A friend of mine was showing me on...
This guy, by the way, sorry, for those of you who don't know, this man is 23 years old. He is 23 years old. If one person is representing Scotland on the world stage, it shouldn't be that fucking Sam Heughan English clown. Oh yes, he should not be representing Scotland, right? I can't impersonate his silly little voice. Rory Gray, get him on the stage now. Look at this guy.
That at the end of the year you can do this thing called a Spotify Wrapped, which is it shows you.
You sound like him.
Listening to your favorite.
That's brilliant.
It's
brilliant, man.
I said, oh well, I've got.
So I do feel quite passionate about this.
And she said, oh no, you can. And she was showing me how to do it. And I said, wow.
Lochmarie Islands. I'm gonna get copyrighted if I play, unfortunately.
Because it was something. I mean, it was ludicrous, like, you know, 3,000 hours worth of hymns, you know, that was at the end. It's just, Westminster Abbey Chapel Choir, for hours and hours. But it's what I listen. Even today, coming here in the car.
Today.
What I have on in
It's
my
brilliant.
ears all the time. It's
Is there no Mozart music you like at all? Any Mozart artist you like?
I like. Well, Bing Crosby died in 1977.
Bing Crosby.
There are some current singers who
Modern music.
I mean modern, I don't mean the 70s.
Oh, I like a lot of the. It sounds a really stupid thing and maybe corny, but my favourite musicians to listen to and to watch are my friends.
Right.
I love it.
Brilliant,
I
man.
love listening. Every
Brilliant,
Sunday
man.
to,
How's this guy not a leader? If we start a monarchy in Scotland, guys, we know where to look. We know where to look.
Spectacular.
If we're going to start a Scottish monarchy, we've got the gentleman sitting here already. He's already running for president of the RCS.
Hymns, there's definitely a place for it. I enjoy it. Some days I feel the need
Yes, every evening.
to have that spiritual connection, but sometimes you also need to feel the need to have a bit more.
Where is he from?
Well, that's the word.
Well, yeah, I mean, Lo He Comes with Clouds Descending is pretty oomphy, for me.
Yeah.
But, the thing is, I love, when I say my friends, particularly my friends that I have met over the years and through my studies at the Royal Conservatoire of Scotland, I'm a huge fan of classical music. I mean, that is my... If I want to listen to something, it would most likely be classical music or a classical singer or a piece of classical instrumental music.
Shetland sounds kind of Scandi.
Scandi.
Shetland's one of the few places when I hear people speaking in dialect in Shetland.
That at the
Whoa,
end of the year,
tough.
you can do this
I don't know the
thing
words they're
called
saying.
Spotify Wrapped,
Shetland
which is
comes in the same category
it shows
as
you what you've been
the Broch.
listening to and your favourite artists over
Or,
the whole year. And I said,
what's
I've
that?
got Apple Music,
fuck.
I can't do that anyway. I said, oh no, you can.
Turra.
She was showing me how to do it.
Is that what they call it?
And
Turra.
it was the laugh.
I cannot understand them from there. Speaking Doric.
I mean, it was ludicrous.
I can't. Is that what they call it? Doric? I think it's a bit of a strange kind of nonsense kind of thing. Like it came from somebody who was parodying them. Look at this guy's energy. Brilliant, man. Brilliant. Bro. It's just got so much shape. That's what I would say. It's got so much. It's like, I think it's like a voluptuous lady. That's what his singing's like. It's like a. What a melody, man. They got a big band on stage. Look at all those folk there. How many accordions do they have? Is that 5 accordions, 6 accordions, 7 accordions I think there? Oh, I want to be at one of these concerts right now. Clubs are going to shut soon. What a legend, man. Look. If we're going to be independent, do we want to be a silly little republic? Or do we want to have Rory Gray as our monarch? I mean, you can only make so much argument for Kaylee energy. Synesthetic mere description. Well, that means. So you bring so much energy, man. Bro. Man, come on, come on. What a win for our country, man. I know, did any of you guys go, by the way, to scotlandsfuture.com? Did any of you go there? I'd recommend it. What are we on for watch time, by the way? Hey, that's not bad, actually. For 3 hours. Our viewership, well, I think our viewership was good at the start. We had like 15 folk for a while. It's just kind of dipped towards the end. We've been like, what's the recurrent viewers? I'm guessing the average is about 6 or something like that. 8. That's a really strong average, actually. The Welsh language is very onomatopoeic. Yeah, I love Welsh. Welsh is great. It's a shame that the Prince and Princess of Wales sound like, well, they just sound English when they speak Welsh, I suppose. That's really strong. I would normally average like 3 viewers or something. I just have dead periods. Because this fucking, this girl from Inverness has just been pulling the weight. And Waxing too. Waxing and Loca Chica have been pulling all the weight here. You're getting my voice cracking now. So that really brightened my mood. Really great, really brightened my mood there. But seriously, you've been bringing all the chat here. You've been bringing really good conversations. Heidi from Texas just found this channel. How you doing, man? You just missed a bit of dancing, actually. Believe it or not, I was dancing away just a minute ago. But yeah. No, I mean, you're both very good at talking about interesting things in a valuable way. Because it's one thing to bring up interesting topics that I can talk about, but you guys are engaged enough that you're going so deep, you could just be there yourselves. I could just leave you at it and you'd make something interesting yourselves, you know? So, no, it's brilliant to have that on here with us, and I'm really glad to have that. That's the longest stream I've done in a while, I think, because even when I'm busking, I don't play for more than, like, that's like 2 hours. But I was stopping the whole time, and it was inconsistent, and the internet disconnects and all this sort of stuff. So, yeah, it's inconsistent. 616 views. And it's only got 10.2 hours. Why is it saying 314 there and 661 there? Oh, it's including the ones during it, right? I see. You like the long streams? It was good, it was fun. Yeah, but I mean, if it's long but then I'm losing connection all the time, it's a pain. I'm going to try and do a really long stream. Like, I'm going to try and just stay awake as long as possible once I hit monetization threshold. So, the situation with monetization is it's not registered on here. I have got 4,000 hours of watch time, but this is delayed because they need to like verify the hours, I think. And I've got all the hours from one video, basically. This video here, this one here, that's got 35,000 views. I've got 1.7 thousand hours of watch time onto this video. So once I'm monetized, I can have super chats. Once I have super chats, we can do TTS, hopefully. We can do text to speech. And of course, what I want to do is fly to somewhere like Morocco or Israel or... Yeah, I'm thinking about going to Pakistan. And having a speaker reading out TTS, and by the way, they speak English in Pakistan. We're reading out TTS while I'm in Pakistan. But obviously we need to get monetized on here, and to be honest, even being monetized is not really enough to actually, you know, being monetized is one thing, actually having enough super chats in to justify doing TTS in another country. So I need to have growing the streams a little bit, I think. Don't fly to Israel, are you nuts? Oh, come on, guys. You serious? Nah, Israel's safe. If you're meaning safety. If you're meaning in terms of boycotts, I don't really care about that stuff. I hope this does alright. I mean, I spent 6 hours editing this video, man. This took a long time. Because it's an hour and a half long. But the original video was 3 hours long. So I had to edit through 3 hours of footage and try and not spend that amount of time doing it. So I was like speed going through it, cutting, jumping back, going about. And there's multiple layers going in. Zooms, J-cuts, L-cuts. There's actually more complicated things than it looks like. It's still a reasonably basic edit for me. But there's a lot more stuff going on than it looks like in this video. And yet, it still took me 6 hours, I think, to edit. And I was going pretty fast. They're at war, Robin. Hello. Nah. Israel's okay to go to. Nah. I know people in Israel, guys. I know people there. It's not too bad. This girl was funny. She actually asked about Israel, didn't she? Actually, you know, reform. I don't know you're reform. Me? Why do you think that? how accurate do you think this is, huh? You look like you want to call me a nigger right now. I don't actually. You know, ginger people are 76% more likely to convert to Islam than any other white people. There you go. I'm telling them, guys. I'm basically Muslim. All right. There you go. I'm a ginger. I'm already basically Muslim. Greens or reform? Why? Go on, tell me. The Mexicans green. Why do you want to vote green? Why is there a monkey in the background? That's a human, actually. It's the first ever human. It's called Lucy. It's the first ever Homo sapien found in Tanzania. Misinformation. It's not Homo sapien and it wasn't in Tanzania. It's a Homo something else and it was in Ethiopia. So that's misinformation. Don't fall for it. Vote green. Gender supremacy. Come on. Wait, we're not going to hear a justification for why you want to vote green. Greens or reform? These answers were so out of pocket, man. They're absolutely cooked. I know they're cooked. You're a good example of a generation. I mean, you've got a job, you voted for 2 opposing parties, and you're reasonably clever. You dyed your hair ginger. You're a fake. You're impersonating it. You're trying to deceive me, you know, into making me think that you had the ginger genes, but unfortunately, you're a fake. The crazy outdoor ginger. Yeah, I know him. Yeah, I've seen. Let's get our video. Hang on, let's get me and the outdoor ginger. If I can. Fuck. Is it not gonna come up? Nah, what? Come on, man. This guy is the most horniest man I've ever met in my life, by the way. And I think it's not a surprise because he lives outside a lot, so it probably boosts his testosterone, I reckon.
Me and this Scottish ginger guy are gonna survive the next 24 hours together. We'll go on this.
Man, this camera is so bad. By the way, he's a lazy piece of shit as well. I rode all the way there and all the way back. Like, I tried to get him to row for just a little bit of the way. And he just like, he was like, oh, this is tiring. He barely pushed us. We just slowed down massively. It's like, yeah, man, give me back those oars. And I was sweating a lot because look, I'm rowing in my full outfit.
For 30 minutes, we're looking
30 minutes, yeah, and you've done no rowing.
for a camping spot slowly but surely. It's a beautiful.
Look at this guy, man.
The most famous lake. So I see a beach over there. I see a beach over there, so it's not gonna be a problem. And then we'll make a podcast. We'll make some nice food over the fire. It's not really.
We had steaks on the fire, but you know what annoyed me is I meant to have steak and asparagus, but the wild ginger, or the outdoor ginger guy, he was responsible for the asparagus. He took it out of the packet and he said, is this normal? Yeah, you eat this stuff regularly, yeah? And I said, yeah, it's quite nice. He says, oh, okay, you think this is good food, yeah? You sure, yeah? And he just throws it on the fire so carelessly. Anyway, all of it got burnt and lost in the fire. So I didn't get my, I just read that comment on my kilt being 20 centimeters longer. Well, you know, I've exposed myself in a live stream now, so what can I do? But, I mean, there was a few people watching, but nobody posted screenshots of it. And I think people have seen it since, and nobody's said anything about it. So I think everybody's, I think I'm safely in the clear, to be honest. I'm not going to tell anybody what live stream it was, because I don't want them going and searching for it now, to be honest. So it works quite conveniently for me.
So what do you think of the location?
That's where we camped, yeah. So we had a... Look at that proud, brave man. Oh, let's skip past. You know, I just got a craving for haggis right now. I've got a hampering for haggis. You had it printed on a 2-meter poster for your mum. You agree 100% under 16 social media ban? Yeah, I suppose, like, obviously I think it's something that should be dealt with on a personal level. The issue is the kids who get punished with on a personal level, obviously they get picked on in school for being left out. I don't know, I just think it's a bit too authoritarian, it's a bit too imposing of government to make that decision for children. And I think there's a lot of advantages for young people to be on social media. There's a lot of career potential for them when it's done right. You cream? What? Oh, so it's a yes, you cream your house, Robert, that's good to know. What the fuck? Maria Elizabeth, what are you talking about? Some of these people in here. But, you get picked on for it, but you do think that it should be more restricted. But also, I think privacy, yeah. I mean, I think it's something that schools should do, and schools have done. Yeah, I think schools have a place to that. I just think it's government overstepping, really. Yeah, I think it's government overstepping. Major concern with privacy. Yeah. Government getting involved with this stuff is not good for privacy. Oh, so, yeah. I wonder if did he show the foods? Can you guys remember this video? You know, I've got all the original footage from this as well, so if you did miss something, then I can play recorded it. But yeah, we had steak anyway. I, by the way, paid for all the foods. I assumed he might have some cooking equipment. I thought he camps all the time, so he probably has a saucepan. I thought he would have a saucepan. But no, he didn't have a saucepan. I don't know why, but he's very contrarian. He's very unreliable. He's very chaotic. He lives outside all the time. And he's a lovely guy. He's a very crazy character, but he's a very lovely guy. I liked him a lot. He was a lot of fun to be around for a short amount of time. I would recommend, if he's coming to your country or your part of the world, I would recommend that you take the opportunity to speak to him. But he does streams with a lot of girls, he does a TV show with girls in Denmark as well. I've heard some things, and I think it might be wise not to share a tent with him unless you kind of know what you're expecting and know what you're getting. I think he's obviously very good at some things. I would say his impulse control is not something he's very strong on, and that was something I would say to women. But he's a lot of fun. Just by being such a crazy, chaotic character. Yeah, it's very interesting. I've got the food here. Yeah, we're eating food here. That's the steak there.
It's looking great.
Ah. I don't know why I spent all this time doing it. There's my asparagus. There's my asparagus. It's great for iron, you know. Alright, I need to go and urinate. It's been 3 hours and I've been drinking lots of water.
Try to ask you.
I don't think we should worry too much about this.
Yeah, right. Alright boys, so the meat is cooking here. As you can see, it's looking great. So you can just put your piece of meat as well, man. It's gonna be some great food tonight here. So how has this camping adventure been so far?
It's so good coming out to Loch Lomond.
Yeah.
It's lovely view and smell of the fire.
Just like Loch Lomond is famous in the whole world, right?
Yeah, well, it's one of the most famous in Scotland. The most famous is Loch Ness, for the monster.
Oh yeah, Loch Ness, yeah. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, Loch Lomond is beautiful, loads of islands. Well, we're just at the south end of it right here. Past the Inchmurren Islands where it goes way up, there's loads of islands. I wish I was a faster rower to keep up steam something, you know?
Let's get a review here on the steak, bro.
I can't buy it all, this is embarrassing. What? You don't need seasoning when you've got fire, do you?
Not really, bro. It's already seasoned. Fire is seasoning, yeah?
No, exactly.
Exactly. Meat tasting by the lake here. The meat has the perfect flavor. The meat tastes amazing. Man, I like it. Oh, man. And tomorrow we're gonna hear more of him playing some music. I think it sounds great, you know. And I cannot wait to sleep right now. Good morning, guys. How did you sleep, bro?
Amazing, man. I think sleeping outside, I always sleep better.
Yeah, me too. Me too, actually. Me too. Just gonna pack the stuff here, leave the campsite by the early morning. No, by the morning. Because we both have a schedule today. It's gonna be great. Let's go.
Oh no, come on, I leave for how long? And you all disappear?
Yes,
Oh, hang on, wait a second.
Here we go into the water. Alright, I'm a bit heavy, I can see. Did you sleep with that outfit on?
American Babel? Our boy got pumped in lawn kilt. Don't know what you're talking about, guys. No, I didn't get fucking pumped by this guy. No, but the whole time I was... He's not gay, guys. Neither am I, by the way. But the whole time I was there, he was just messaging girls and just talking about girls and sending pictures to girls. He's just like... He's got a switch in his head and he lives his primal desires, I suppose. Wait, you're not gay? Yeah, I'm not gay. Are you kidding? I did. This AAA, guys. Lol, Robin, get pumped. Guys, I'm a virgin. Don't put these horrific images into my... Mean outdoor ginger. Nah, no way you're not gay. Guys, I've been fairly clear, I think, that I'm not gay. I want to have a big family and have lots of children. You can't do that with men. And they're just not very attractive to me, unfortunately. I'm sure I'd have lots of success if they were. Yes, well recognised. Wow, you even got it as the modern kilt. Yes. Yeah. I've got this. I have a theory that if I have just a little bit of salt, I'll feel okay and I'll be able to go to sleep. But as of now, I am not able to go to sleep. I've been live streaming for what, 3 or 4 hours, I think. This is a really good video, by the way. If you guys want to learn about sales and social media, this video is great. But it's going to reveal to you my secret hidden practices for making money from social media. Which is obviously not working very well, because I've not got very much money. I've got things that are worth money, actually. I've got a lot of things that are worth a lot of money. Or a number of things that are worth a lot of money. I suppose my net worth is probably about 100 times what I've got in the bank. But it's because I spend everything on the business. I mean, I'm creating a premium custom experience at just about a loss, I suppose. Oh, I dare you. Oh, I dare you. This American dude. You can't say for obvious reason that paternal or maternal, but you wear Anderson, Modern, or Robertson. That biddiness. What the fuck is this guy writing? So what did you do with your Danish buddy in the tent? Well, we didn't share a tent. We both had our own tents. If you look at the video, you can see this is his tent. That's my tent over there. I have my own tent. And that's the same tent that I use to this day. I camped out on Sunday night. And my tent was drying all the way right up until this morning. I just took my tent this morning or this afternoon even. Right, there you go. I've got a tiny bit of salt there, but a very small amount of salt can have quite a lot of sodium. Maybe enough, we'll see. So he was screaming in his tent. Guys, I do not think he was doing anything of the sort. I got the impression he was struggling, maybe, in the absence of warm company, shall we say. But he wasn't giving me the impression, any such impression, that he was doing any of these things. But please stop the cringe. No Scottish person speaks like, oh, you're talking about this guy. Just to ignore AAA, I think. It's honest, people do speak like that in here, in this town where I am right now, where I grew up. People do speak like that. It's Scots. It's quite common here. Yeah, older people speak like that here. Yeah, it is a real thing. So real thing. Let's see. Am I gonna be able to sleep? Yeah, I think it was just sodium deficiency. I'm already feeling way better. I was like, when I was using the bathroom there, I was shaking. I was like that. Just a little bit of salt has helped a lot. Wow. Man, look at that graph. His videos do so badly. I don't know why they do so bad. He's got 76,000 subscribers. He's got his own TV show. He makes 10 grand a month. And yeah, his camera looks worse than an iPhone. And, well, you know why I think it is, actually. I'll tell you why I think it is. It's because he is living that life really authentically. He really genuinely does live this crazy outdoor lifestyle. And he really is a fucking crazy character. and all that happens is snippets of that are being captured on camera. He's not a pretender like me. I mean, he's much more authentic than I am, because what I did is I went all the way to India for a very short portion of time with the plan to shoot certain videos, right? So it wasn't something I'd done before. I had done it before, actually, but only once. It's not something I do all the time. I do it on rare occasions. He just lives that life all the time. He's just always like that. I'm like, I go and do like my little performances. It's a short period of time, really, that I'm actually performing for people. And it's an even shorter period of time that I actually perform in foreign countries. Yeah, I've been doing it for years. But it's not something I do all the time. He lives just an insane lifestyle. And honestly, his content doesn't really do service to it. That's probably why I'm criticizing his videos, is because honestly, his content does not do service to what he's really creating, which is something, in my opinion, fairly worthwhile. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't really watch his kind of stuff normally. But anyway. Yup, an American take your extra from you being tagged adverts and shut it. Alright. We don't need to start fights with our folk here. But yeah, AAA though, can you start being a little bit less rude, please, to my supporters? Because I'm going to have to ask you to refrain from saying stupid shit. You teach the Scots language. You're featured on TV in Northern Ireland. Alright. Look, mate, I'm sorry. This is just not reasonable conduct. I think maybe the fact that you're from a different place in the world means that you've got just a slightly different view of how you think it's appropriate to speak in a situation like this. But as far as I'm concerned, that's not a way to speak to people. You are just being rude, you are just being disruptive. So I'm going to give you a 5-minute timeout, and your messages will be removed from here. So just try and chill out a little bit. You dodged the ban for once. Look, guys, I don't want to ban anybody from here. I've just put him on timeout. I don't want to create a culture of censorship and things. It's just, if somebody's been a bit of a nuisance, and I'm not going to sit here and just read through all their stuff. Yeah. He's been a problem here before, but he was spamming a lot there. I mean, just look at the amount of messages he's written, so yeah. Right, how are we doing? How long have we been on for? Shall we take it to 5 hours? Is that too ambitious, or is that reasonable? Because I think 5 hours would be a good length of time. Actually, no. Fuck it. I don't do this shit to drag on. I do this shit to say the stuff that I need to say, provide value, have a good time, and fuck off. And I've been having a good time. I like you guys all a lot. It's been really nice getting to speak to you. I'm not going to fall asleep for a while, but I am going to get a bit tired, and I don't want to produce content where I'm speaking and I'm not able to have my whole head with you and be able to engage with you properly. I've got some good things planned. I'm going to do a longer stream when these watch time hours from this video, these ones here, 1.7 thousand, when they're registered with the monetization thing, I'll surpass 3,000, right? I'll probably surpass 4,000 as well very soon, but I'll surpass 3,000, and that means that we can have super chats and experiment with a long stream and see if people actually do the super chats, and if they do, see if they're funny and the TTS works and the speaker works and all these things I'm going to try and do. We're not going to be in Pakistan. We're probably not even going to be in public. It'll just be me by myself somewhere. I'll be in the woodlands or somewhere nice and peaceful where I'm not going to disturb other people. Well, yeah, you wish me the best. Thank you very much. You're very maybe it's private school, I suppose, but you're very how do I say? You've got good politeness for a 16-year-old. You should have. I suppose maybe I'm pessimistic about 16-year-olds. You preferred your professional mic. Yeah, I know. But my phone died, so I needed to plug in the battery pack. Robinahu Akbar is your Muslim friend. Hello, and welcome to Robinahu Akbar Bagpipes. You would have had your head kicked in if you weren't. Good discipline, then I suppose. Yeah, I meet a lot of... Oh, you prefer the phone? Really? Why? But no, I meet a lot of people from private schools now, and even though they deny it's anything to do with their private schools, there's a clear pattern. The kids that are sent to private schools are so much more polite. I mean, there's just... I definitely want to privately educate my children, and I went to state schools, but the difference in character that I experienced from meeting them. You went to public school for 2 years now? Yeah. I mean, I think maybe it's something to be said, because my parents were going to send me to a private school, but it didn't, it didn't transpire. We moved house. So that didn't happen. I was in Glasgow at the time, and we moved to the countryside. But I think there's something to be said for people who maybe are in a position where they can do that, or care enough about their children that they want to put the effort in to get them there. Because lots of these children, they're not from rich parents, but they're from parents who really cared and got them that scholarship. And you can see with those children that their attitude is so different. I mean, just look at the children walking out of George Heriot's and compare them to the children walking out of Boroughmuir. Boroughmuir has way better hires. They've got way more, people taking 5 hires. Who cares? Look at the people coming out of Watson's. Look at the people coming out of Heriot's. Look at the way that they hold themselves. Look at the way that they dress. Okay, they've got a strict school uniform at those schools, right? But the kids coming out of Boroughmuir, they're like me. They've got black hoodies, They're all wearing black. They've got their hoods up. And they're like smoking. And just like their posture's terrible. Like, oh mate, I pure go to Boroughmuir. We are pure like the best school in Edinburgh, pal. We're like an awesome school, man. I'm doing 5 hires this year. Would you believe it? I'm sitting 5 hires. What grade are you gonna get? I don't fucking care. I'm doing my fucking 5 hires. Then the kids walking down from Watson's or Heriot's or wherever, they speak clearly, they hold themselves well. They actually don't have tall poppy syndrome at all in those places. They talk very positively, broadly about success, or the ones I've encountered have. Obviously, it's a small subset. I haven't gone to one of these schools, but from the small subset, in my anecdotal experience, it's been just entirely different, completely contrasting experiences. Anyway, it's been good. It's been great. I've loved speaking to you, and I've told you. Look at this guy. He just came back on. I'm very sincere. I hope the people who are here are the audience that I have in the future. Like, I hope we have tens of thousands of you, and not the hundreds of thousands or millions, tens of millions I've got on Instagram, because I have got tens of millions of views, if not followers, who are largely numpties, I hope we have more people like this on here. It's been really good. I'm really lucky to have you here, and I look forward to many more live streams and many more videos with these types of people engaging, because I think it's gonna just drive up the right kind of content out of me if we've got the right kind of people that want to watch this stuff. yeah, thank you very much. All right, goodbye. Goodbye. Sorry, that was a long goodbye. That was a 5-minute long goodbye, I think. But I did want to say my point about private schools there. It's been a lot of fun. Treat people how you want to be treated is your value. Yeah, that's the golden rule. I don't really believe in that because I think, well, that's a debate to be had over a long time. But my beliefs are, I think people who are disabled or female or people who have different worldviews deserve to be treated differently. I treat liberals very differently to how I treat conservatives. I treat hippies very different to how I treat elderly. It's just a different outlook on everything. Treat people as they deserve to be treated. Something I stick to more. Bro had the phone on a chair. Yeah. Literally. Take a look at the chair. Do you want to look at myself before I go? Look at this. That's the chair where the camera is. This is my light. It's a good setup, huh? Alright, guys. Right, love you all to leave you, and I will see you very soon, probably. I'll probably see you very soon. You'll probably see me much sooner than I'll see you. And I'll probably do a long live stream tomorrow with the election. Robin, that's what you were telling, right? Bye. Go. Bye.